Hello everybody, welcome to my YouTube channel. In today's course, I'll be teaching us about JavaScript, why we need JavaScript in our web development journey, what JavaScript does in web development, the importance of JavaScript, and as well, we are going to interact with JavaScript. We are going to learn everything about JavaScript. This is a full course on JavaScript. Okay, so now I'm just going to quickly go to this is the Google Chrome web browser that we all know. In this course, we are going to use Google Chrome to view all we are going to do both in the console and in also the a simple web page we are going to create. Okay, so now let me just quickly introduce JavaScript. JavaScript is just a programming language. It's a high-level programming language which we use to add interactivity and functionalities to web pages. Like what it means, like JavaScript can add some kind of functionality to your website. Okay, let me quickly open our dev tool. If you remember what you did in our HTML and the CSS course, you remember when we talked about the console. All right, so console, you right click and select choose the inspect, or you press your F12, which you open your dev tool or your Google Chrome browser. Okay, so now if I clear this console, I want to quickly show you what JavaScript can do. Okay, I'll just write a simple code. I'll write document.body.style.background. So if you background equals to red, I'm sure you are going to ask what's our teacher trying to do. So what I'm trying to do, if you look at this is document.body.style.background. I'm trying to change the background color of this web page, which is the Google Chrome. I'm trying to change the background color of this Google Chrome to red. Okay, so what I'm going to do, once I've now typed in this code, I'll just hit enter. If I hit enter, you see that the background color have changed to red. Okay, so what is trying to tell us that even with CSS, we can as well change the background color of our web page with JavaScript. These are some kind of things JavaScript can do, and as well, I can also change it again to blue or something. As if I hit enter again, it has changed to blue. Okay, so these are kind of some things JavaScript can do, and you can use JavaScript to do some. In fact, you can use JavaScript to do all your arithmetic operations in JavaScript. So let's quickly do. This is our console. You can write your JavaScript code in this console. So if you do 2 + 2 and hit enter, you're going to get 4. You see it, and you can as well write this alert. Let me show you what alert. You can say we are learning JS, and close your. So if you look at it, if I hit enter, this alert comes up. We are learning JS. So what this is alert, like the way the name implies alert, it's alert. It gives us something like a modal alert on the web page. Is a function in JavaScript, is inbuilt function in JavaScript. Okay, let me show you the console as well. Let me show you the console. You can write console.log here and say this is console. Remember to close your string, then cover it, enclose the other bracket. Then if I hit enter, it will log in our console. This is console. Look at it. This is console. These are the way a little explanation of JavaScript. So it's a high programming language which you use to add functionalities on our web page. Okay, so now let's quickly let's redo all this so that we can start coding. Now the next question you are going to ask, before you start writing your JavaScript code, what are the tools you need? What are the tools you need to start writing your JavaScript code? Just like our HTML and CSS, you need your web browser. We're already using the Chrome web browser. You need your code editor we are going to use the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so now let's quickly start. So this is our web browser already. This is the Visual Studio Code. You quickly go to the web browser and download your VS Code. We already done this VS Code, Visual Studio Code. We already done this in our HTML course. You just quickly come here and download your Visual Studio Code. So now this is it. Just you quickly download it. So let's quickly run along. And the next step again, the next thing to do again, now I want us to start coding our JavaScript code in our code editor and start at putting it in our browser and also the console. So the next thing to do now, you have to create a file where you're going to start writing all your JavaScript code, just like the way we did in our HTML and CSS course. Okay, so now let's quickly go to our desktop. I will just make it to be very easy. I'll come to our desktop here. I'll create a new file. Go to new and create a folder, a new folder, and I'll call it JS course. Okay, this is a full JavaScript course. So believe me, you are going to learn a lot. So you just come to, we have just created our file directory, our folder where we are going to be working. We'll come to our VS Code. This is our VS Code here. Look at our VS Code. This is our VS Code. You just click. You can just quickly close this. You don't need it. Then go to choose file. Let me. You come to choose file. When you come to choose file here, you select open folder. You come to file, then select open folder. When you select open folder, you go to our desktop or wherever you created your file, your folder. Okay, so you just hit select folder. It's opening, it's coming up. So now we have just opened that folder we created on our desktop or wherever location where you created your own. You close it. This is our folder here. So to start writing the HTML code, to start writing this JavaScript code, where we can also as well put it on the web, we need to create a simple HTML which we use to showcase our JavaScript code. So now I will just simply create a new HTML file and I'll call it jscourse.html. Is this a file? Sorry. Okay, this is a file. Choose the file. Write it jscourse.html. If you hit enter, we have just created our simple HTML. Let's call it JS course, like the way we did in our CSS. So we'll just call it a JS course. Then we'll just write a simple div. Let's write a simple div. We'll call it we use h2 and let's enclose this. I'll call it learning JavaScript. Okay, so now we have just created a simple HTML which we use to demonstrate our JS practices. Okay, so let's quickly do right click and open with live server. Once you open with live server, look at it, is up. So we have our web page here. I'm learning JavaScript. This is a simple HTML. Okay, so now we're just quickly going to start our HTML. What have we done now? We have set up the environment where we are going to start working. Okay, so first thing you are going to ask, how do you put JavaScript in your HTML? How do you put it in the HTML? Number one step is to use what you call the script tag. The script tag. Okay, the number one step is to use what we call the script tag. Script tag. You close it. Okay. So now I have the script tag here. Inside this script tag, make sure you bring it inside the body. You can as well bring it inside the head tag, but for the performance of your web page, it's more advisable to put it in the body tag. And me personally, I like to put it in my body tag. Okay, you can as well use it in the head tag, where you use your differ. Okay, if you use your differ, it's still fine, but because of space and other things, I will choose to use it in the body tag. Okay, so now what is inside this script, what it means that every of your JavaScript, you can write it inside this script tag. So let's quickly write a simple JavaScript code here. And let's say let's declare a variable. First variable. This is just cost. Now we have just written our first simple JavaScript cost, our first simple JavaScript variable. You see how we have written it. This is just a typical example of a JavaScript expression, or you call it a statement. This is just a simple JavaScript expression. We have just written it in the script tag. It's inside this script tag now. So you can see that there's a difference between what you had before. If you look where you see that we have this script tag. Every of your JavaScript code you are going to write will be inside this script tag. And as well, we'll have the external file as well. I'm going to show you the external file, but now let me just simply explain how you are going to bring in the simple JavaScript inside your HTML tag, inside your HTML file. So now I can just console log this and say console.log and just call this file, and you see it in our web page, in our HTML file. Look at it. This is our web page here. If I go to the console, we have just opened our console again. If I just go to the console, look at this is JS course. You see, so what it means now that our JavaScript is now working. Okay, that's what it simply means, that our JavaScript is now working. So we have just checked now our JavaScript is okay. So you can also write other. Okay, let's start defining what is JavaScript variable. What is this thing called JavaScript variable? In JavaScript, variable means, let me quickly write it. Variable is what we use to store data in JavaScript. Okay, so variable is like a container. Variable is like a container which you use to store data in JavaScript. Okay, so now let me simply put this down. We have three types of keywords that we use to declare JavaScript variables. There are three types of keywords that we use to declare the JavaScript variables. Number one is the var, number two is the let, and the third one is the const. So let me quickly show you this now. You can use the var keyword to declare var variable. You can this variable name, you can call it anything except those keywords in JavaScript. So let me call this var variable. I will just say this. Sorry guys. Sorry. This is variable. I'll just say this is variable. I'll just say this is variable. Okay. Now we have just declared this variable, just like what we did here, where we used our let keyword. Now we are going to use the var keyword to declare this variable. Look at it. We have just declared this is the JavaScript variable, and this you are seeing here is called a string, which is the data. Is a data type. String is a data type. We are going to talk about data types. This string is a data type. We are just taking this. Just in the double quotes is not included. The double quote which surround this is not included. We are just taking this whereas this is variable. We are just taking this and put it inside this word called the var variable, which you know as our variable. This is variable. This is the variable. Let me change the name again. This is variable. So now we are just taking this data and put it inside this. This is a variable. What this means that you can use it all in our HTML, all in our JavaScript code. You can console log this and see what it means. Let me show you. So if you console log this again, you and go to our web page, you can see this is variable. So what this is just a representation of this data. This is a representation of this data. This is what the variable means. So we also have other types of variable. Okay, let me declare another variable. Second variable, and you are going to call this. You are going to say another variable. Well, we are going to call this another variable. This another variable is the data as well. We are putting it inside this variable. This is the name of the variable. We are putting it inside there called the second variable. So what this means that this is a representation of this, and as well you can also assign other types of. Let me write another one. Third variable, and I will call this. I will assign this a number. I will assign a number to this. If you look at this, this is number. I'm taking this number and put it inside this variable. This is the variable. What this means that this variable is representing this data. The number there is the data. This is the variable, and this last one, this const, is the keyword which we use to declare the variable. In JavaScript, remember, as I mentioned earlier, we have three types of keyword which we use to declare our variables: the let keyword, the var, and the const. Okay, so if you should console log this, you are going to see this number. I'm going to look at it. We have this 4. So what it means that this 4 is this variable is representing this data called 4. We also have another one. Let's call another one const and say fourth variable, and we can call this true or false. So if you look at this again, this is another variable. This is the data type. We have stored it inside this variable now. So you can pick this again and console log it. When you console log this, you are going to get the true. Look at this. We have the true there, true the data. So what does this console do for us? Console helps us to output the data we are using. The console helps us to output this data on our browser dev tool. The dev tool, which the console is where we see. That is where we visualize our JavaScript data on our web browser. Okay? So now, okay, so let me, if you understand this, if you don't understand it, please leave a comment. I'm going to answer you. Okay, so now we have just talked about the variable. We have just talked about our variable. This is the variable. We have just explained this. This is the data. This is the variable name. This is the keyword which we use to define the variable. So now I want us to create our JavaScript file. I want us to create the external JavaScript file. How do you create file, the JavaScript? How do you create the JavaScript file in this folder now? So now what you are going to do is this. We have our HTML file. We have just written our JavaScript inside this HTML. Okay, when you start writing a lot of JavaScript code, you will need a lot of space where you write your code. So we can just quickly go to our external JavaScript file. So now what you're going to do is this. You go to, let's close this. You come to this folder again and create a new file. Create a new file called JS course. You can call it the same thing, JS course, and do .js. If you look at it, there's a difference between the first file I create, which is the HTML file, but this is the JavaScript file. What JavaScript file means that JavaScript, whatever you call it, you must end it with the word .js. It must end with the word .js. Okay, but if there's another one called TypeScript. If it's TypeScript, TypeScript is an extension of JavaScript where you include your typings. Okay, that one ends with TS, but this is JavaScript. JavaScript ends with JS. It must end with JS. Whatever you call it, the file name must end with JS. So now we have just created a simple JavaScript file. This is, let me just write a simple variable here with const. I will call it external JS. Sorry guys, external JS equals to, we have just created an external JS file. Okay, so now we have just created an external JS file. This is what you're seeing here. This is the JavaScript file. Okay, and I've just created a simple variable. So now let's go back to our HTML. How do you bring this JavaScript to start working with your HTML? How do you make it to start at putting on your web? Remember that the HTML is the web you are seeing. Okay, that's what you're seeing here is just the HTML. So now how do you bring this external JavaScript inside the HTML? So let me show you the simple way to do this. Like what you have done here with script, you can just come here as well and write another script. Your HTML can take as many as script tags. So we just write the source. This source is called attribute. It's called attribute in our HTML. So the source is going to take the direction. That's the part of this JavaScript file. This is the file itself. And look at the part here. This name is the part. This script here, this source attribute is going to take in this name of this JavaScript. So let's just write, look at it here, jscourse.js. Look at it, jscourse.js. So it's just going to take this JS course. We have just imported our JavaScript external file into this JS. What this means that whatever we are doing in our JS course now will now show on our JavaScript page, on our HTML page, which is our main web page. Okay, so that if you come here now, let's test this. I'll write console. Let's just console log it. Let's just console log this variable and see if that's working. So you just put this here. If you put this here, and if you come to here again, let's just quickly comment all of this. I'll take this. Let's quickly comment all of this. If I comment all of this and I'll come here again, we have just written this, we have commented this, we have console logged this. And if you come to this place again, let's go to the, you look at it, we have just created an external JS file. So what it means that our HTML, our JavaScript external file is working fine. Okay, our next topic is the data types in JavaScript. Now let's start talking about data types. What are these data types in JavaScript that we are talking about? In JavaScript, we have numerous data types. Actually, we have 8 data types in JavaScript. 8 different data types in JavaScript. So let's quickly talk about them one after the other. Then let's just list them. I'll just quickly list them. String. I'll just mention them. String. Undefined. No. Boolean. Symbol. I'm trying to begin mention our data types. Then I have another one. The number. Let's check how many we have here. And objects. So these are the 8 data types in JavaScript. Now I will just quickly explain each of these data types. Our advice to listen very attentively. Data types in JavaScript is very important. Okay, it's very, very important. Likewise, other topics in JavaScript, because why data types you need to pay more attention, because you are going to be working with data types every day. Whatever you are doing in JavaScript, the code you are writing whatever you are doing, you are interacting with the data types, and you need to understand the data types, how it works. Okay, so let me quickly explain each of these data types in JavaScript now. The first one is the string. How do we write the string? What does this string look like? How do we identify that this is a string? What makes this data type to be a string? These are the questions we need to ask to understand that this is a data type and it is called the string data type, so that we don't make mistake. Okay, so now let's declare a simple variable, string data type. We are calling it string data type. This is a string. Okay, so let's call it, this is a string data type. If you look at this here, this is a string data type. This is the data. What we have just typed in here is the data, and this is the variable. So this is the way we declare a string data type. Look at it. It has a double quote that enclosed the data. You get it? Look at this. If I remove this double quote, is no longer a value, is no longer a valid JavaScript data. Look at it. It's already showing us an error. Expected is already showing us an error because it's no longer a valid JavaScript data, and you cannot write something like this in JavaScript. It will give you error. It's already giving us an error, okay, because we just removed those double quotes. Look at, if I take it back again, it's fine now. And as well, you can also use the single quote to write your string data type. Look at it, it's fine as well. But there's a problem. There's a little problem between using the double quote and the single quote. When you are using both of them, you gotta be careful. And if you want to write, okay, let me show you. If you have, let's say, you want to put a sign here. If you want, let's say, A's, maybe you want to say like A's. You cannot write this in JavaScript. Look at it. There's a problem. Look at, there's a problem here. And how do you overcome this kind of problem? Is you have to, either you have numerous ways actually. I can't say two, you have numerous ways. You can use the double quote again. You can just use the double quote here to escape that. Look at it, it's fine now. And if I console log this, let me console log this. Log. I'm sure we have commented. Yeah, we have commented. So let's just go to this now. If we just come here now, you see that. Look at it. You have that. This is A's. I just have that. That single quote here. Look at it. It's working fine, but you cannot use like single quote and close. No, it will not work. It's going to give us a problem. It's just give us a problem. Okay. This is just a simple way to declare your data type of string. Okay. So when you start talking about string, I think let's just show how to declare other variable types. Then we will now take each of them and treat each of them as a different case, because they all have their own method. In the string, we have different method, which we use to work with the string. We have the substring. We have a lot of them. We can even use the for loop on the string to bring each of it to have the dot join. How to have the split. These are some method which we use to work with the string. So we are going to treat it in a different section. Okay, so now let's talk about the let's just take this. Let's talk about the number. Let's bring number here. So now let me take off this. We don't need this. Let's talk about the next one is number data type. So how do we know that this is a number data type? When you see a number data type, what makes you to recognize that this is a number data type? The way the name implies, this is number. Look at it. It's a number. You can give it whatever the dots. So look at it. There's a 0 there. That's why it's showing us an error. So this is a number. Why? To show an error as well. So look at it. This is a number. Okay, this is a number. You can work along with JavaScript. The number, this is a number. We have the JavaScript math where you can work with the numbers and math, all other. But we are going to as well talk about it also. Okay, so let's talk about the number. This number now, if I console this, let me console this, so you are going to see it in the console. Let me just console this. This is a number. If you come here, look at it. This is a number. Is a number. So it's different from string. And as well, if you write this like this, if you write something like this, this is not a number. You look at this data. This data is a string. It's not a number because we are using a double quote, a quotation to enclose it. It's not a number. It's no longer a number. This is not a number. And if there's something we call type of in JavaScript. If you want to find out, if you have a variable in JavaScript, maybe when you are fetching the data from the APIs, okay, and you don't really know the type of that data you are fetching, and you want to check which data type is this. Because if I console log this now, let me show you something. If I console log this number here, it will still show you like it's a number here, but it's not a number. Under the hood, it's not a number. This is a string. It's not a number. So if I use this JavaScript input called the type of, if I use this type of to check this now, I'm just console logging. I want to check the type of the data, this number, this data. I want to check the type of the data. This, what data type is this? It's going to look at it now. It's a string. It's a string. And if I remove those double quotes, if I remove this double quote now and check it again, and type of it again now, is a number. You're saying it is a number. So this is how to know number. We also have method, different types of method which we use in the number data type. We are just going to treat all of this in a simple, but now let's just showcase the types of JavaScript data type that we have. All right. So now let me quickly go to another one called the undefined. Let's talk about the undefined. Okay, now let's use the const. Okay, we cannot use const to define undefined. Let's use the let. The let undefined data type. Now look at this data. This data has no data assigned to it. This variable called undefined data type has no data assigned to it. That is why it is called undefined. And if we try to console log this, now, let's check the type of it. You will see that it will show you undefined. And if you as well remove this type of, here and console log it again, you are going to see undefined. Okay, so now you can see now that this is undefined. But if I try to assign a data into it, let's say a number, you are now going to see 6. It now has a data. There's now a data inside that variable. That is why it's no longer undefined, because it has a data. That variable, which you know as a container of data, now has something inside it. That is why it's no longer undefined. But if you remove this data now, it will turn to undefined again. Look at it there. Look at that. It has turned to undefined. Okay. So the next one now we are going to talk about is the null. In JavaScript, when you are using data, you have to be very careful between the undefined and the null, because in some cases both of them are just going to act like undefined and null, and you may just be caught, but you have to be very careful. So let me show you what the I think I need to, let me just write this down here, because I'm going to this is number and this is undefined. I'm going to leave the code on GitHub in case you want to access it. So let's talk about the null. So this is null data type. If I assign null to this, the difference between this undefined and null is because null has a data type called null. This variable has a data type called null. If I console log this now, you are going to see it as null. Look at it. It's null. It's not there. So, and if I check the type of it, if I should check the type of it, it's going to show you as well. Null. Look at null is like it can also be called false. It's falsy. like it's nothing, it's falsy, it's nothing. In Java, in some cases, you don't want to, maybe you don't want a variable to be undefined, which will throw error on your web page. You may assign null to it to know that this is nothing, there's nothing inside it. I know how to handle that, this is null. Then you can know how to handle that data type. Okay, so now let me remove this again. So this is null. Let's talk about the boolean. Let's talk about the boolean type. Boolean. Some people call it boolean. I call it boolean. I don't really know how you may want to pronounce it. So let's just use, okay, now let's use the const. And let's call this boolean data type. Okay. And how do you identify that this is boolean? Boolean has a two data types. Doesn't boolean is either if it's true or it is false. So let's just call this true. Look at it. It's true. I've assigned this true. This is true. The way I seen it, or you can also assign it false. Look at it. This is false. So boolean must be true or false. Look at it. If I check this now, let me check this. You are going to see that it's true. Let me show you. Look at it, true. And if you check the data type, let's use the type of, sorry guys, type of, you will see that the type of is what? Boolean. If I change it to false as well, is boolean. The data type is boolean. So the next one we are going to talk about is what? For the sake of this course, we are not going to talk about the symbol at the beginning so that you don't get confused about JavaScript type. But for the basics, you have to start working with this. So in future, in advanced courses, we can talk about the symbol. So now let's talk about the object type. Let's remove this again. Let's talk about the object type. So again, how do you identify that this data is an object? In JavaScript, we assume that everything in JavaScript is an object. All the functions, they are objects. We assume that everything in JavaScript is an object. So object is a very big topic in JavaScript. Okay, we are also going to treat it in a section of this one. So now let's just quickly explain what this data type object means and how to identify that this is an object. So now let's use const. Let's use const and let's ask object data type. You will see that if you want to declare an object, if you want to create a data type that is an object in JavaScript, you have to use, there's what we call this object literal, or use, this is called the object literal. You can as well use the new keyword, okay, and you can as well use the const, what we call the constraint. Okay, when we start talking about the JavaScript in detail, the JavaScript object in detail, we'll mention all of that now. Okay, so now let me just quickly show you how to declare the objects. So now we have the name. The name will have object is actually a key, a key pair. It has the property and the value. So now this we are seeing here is the key, and this is the value. We can also call this is the property and the value. So now this is the key here, the name here. This name you are seeing here, you can call it anything. Let me say, okay, let me call it, let me say the name. What is my name? My name is Temple. Temple. And I can say what is my occupation? My occupation, I'm a developer. Okay, so now I'm a developer. You can as well ask let's say my stack. I can just say my stack. I can just say I'm a full stack developer, or I can say a main stack developer. Okay, let me say I'm a full stack developer. So if you look at this now, this is the object. Let's bring it down so that we'll have enough space. We're going to use the JavaScript. So now what you have here now, remember when you are writing your object, the name is the key, the object, this occupation stack are the key. Okay, you can just say if you want to write another one, you must put this comma to start a new line. And I will say let's say let me say my machine, the kind of machine I'm using Windows. Okay, so if you want to write another one, make sure you put this here, this one single comma to start. And if you try to write a new one without putting a comma, it will throw an error. You get an error. Let's say age. If I just write it here, you see there's an error already. I cannot write error. I cannot write. If I say let's say let me remove let's favorite editor. I can say VS Code. If I try to write this VS Code, it's going to throw an error. Look at it, because we are missing that comma there. If you put it back there, or have it. So now if I should console log this, now, you see we are going to get this object. Undo. I'm trying to console log this. We are going to get this object. Look at it. If you come here now, and you see you have that object, look at it. So how do you identify that this is an object? Object has this curly braces that you enclose it to your curly braces, and it has this the key and the value. That's the properties and the value. This is the key, or you call it properties, but this is the key and the values here. Okay, so now how do you, in case you want to access each of these data, how do you start accessing it? If I want to access this, I can just say this object data type dot name. The dot name is going to give me only the name. Look at it, tempuntuku. And if I say occupation, is going to give me just the occupation. Look at it, the developer. So now if I also want to, let's say I want to get all of this. Okay, maybe I want to get just the values. I can say something like, let me duplicate this. I can say something like object dot keys. Then I'll take this and do this. This object dot keys is going to give us only these keys, the keys only. Let's go to our answer, and it's going to return an array. Look at it. It's going to return only the keys, name, occupation. It didn't return those values. And if I say values instead of keys, if I now say values, it's going to return only the values. Look at it. And if I say entries, it's going to return both the values and the keys. Look at it. Both of them, look at it. Okay. So now there's another type of object again. There's another type of object again called the array. Okay. So like I mentioned earlier, we're going to be discussing all these objects and in the different section. Okay, so now let's talk about this array. We have another, let's use the let's called an array of objects. So now if you look at this here, array is the kind of a data, an array is an object. It's a kind of a data that we use to store some pieces of data in one container. You know, if you can store different types of data in an array just in one container. Look at it. Array, you have to use your block bracket, this kind of brackets, your block bracket. Look at it, your square brackets. So now if I write this, I can put, remember that the one in the quotation mark is the string. I can say my name here. I can just write temple. Okay, and I'll put a comma. That's how to know what array means. You put a comma. The next one, I can just put another data type again, which you call the boolean, which is true. Then I can now say again, let me put another one. I can as well use null. Okay, and I can as well write another one. Let's say I can also bring an object inside of, I can bring object here. Let's say let me put my surname here. Cool, that's my surname. And as well, I can also bring an array inside of here again. Coding. Can just write coding. So if you look at this here, you see that this is an array. Let's console log it. Let's just console log this. If you console log this here, you see, look at it. You see, it's an array. It's used to store different types of data. So what you are going to do, we are going to have a separate section. We are going to talk about array and its method. There are a lot of methods on array. We have the map, the filter, the reduce, the for each, which you use to interact with the data types. Okay, so now we are just going to, this is just like the basics. We want to just run through all the data types that we have in JavaScript. So the next thing we are going to talk about is what we call the JavaScript syntax. Let's talk about JavaScript syntax. Let's talk about the syntax of JavaScript. So what is this JavaScript syntax? When you start learning JavaScript and writing JavaScript code, you start hearing about what is syntax. The syntax, my code syntax is not working, my JavaScript syntax is not correct, or there's something wrong with my syntax, it's showing error. So this syntax is just like all we have been doing here. We have been writing JavaScript syntax. These are just syntax, the way to write JavaScript code. Like if you come here, we will have our variable. The syntax now means that this way to declare a variable. This is the JavaScript syntax. What it means that when you write a let, you want to declare a data type, you have to use either the var or let or use the const. Okay, these are the different types of the way you declare your JavaScript syntax. So this is the way to declare a JavaScript syntax. If you look at here, you will see this equals to is what we call assignment operator. Okay, so this syntax here, if you write this, you write the name of the variable, then you write the data, you assign the data. In Python, we don't have something like this let. You don't use like let in Python. That's if I write something like this. Okay, let me do this. If you write something like this here now, this is a type in Python. You can write this is a valid data type in Python, a valid syntax in Python. But in JavaScript, we don't do this in JavaScript. You have to use the let, either the let or the var or the const keyword, which we use to declare our data types in JavaScript. Okay, so now let me talk about what you call the operators, so that from there we'll talk about we'll still understand what you mean by the syntax. Let's talk about the operators. We have the arithmetic. We have a lot of operators in. We have the arithmetic operators. So what do you mean by these arithmetic operators? Now we are talking about the operators in JavaScript. We have arithmetic operator, we have the logical operator, we have the assignment operator, we have a lot of other operators. Okay, but here we're just going to talk about the three types of operators in JavaScript. So now the number one is the arithmetic operator. Let's talk about arithmetic operator. Okay, so now if I say this var and I want to write let's say x equals to 5. Let's say x equals to 5 multiplied by 5 again. Okay, what you have just done here, this multiplication sign here is what we call the arithmetic operator. We are using it to perform a math operation. The arithmetic operation, like the name, we are using it to perform an arithmetic operation. Look at it. We are saying here, what you are trying to say here is this 5 multiplied by 5. We are going to take the value and assign it to do x. This x will become what? The 25. So now let's console log this x. let's console log this x. If you console log this x, you are going to see that this 25, it has just performed an arithmetic operation. So we are multiplying this multiplication is what we call that arithmetic operator. That's what it represents. We also have other types. You can also, okay, let me just duplicate this. Let's call this let's just call this y. This is z. This is sorry, this is z. I want to show you other types of arithmetic operators. So this is xy, and we'll call this xyz. Okay, so now we have just, this is multiplication. Let's do addition. Now let's do subtraction. We can just call this 2. Okay, we can just now call this division. The next one, let's use the modulus operator. Then we can just say 15 modulus, the modulus of this, let's 3. Okay, so what's 15 modulus 3 is going to give us? The remainder. This modulus perform the operation of remainder. It gives you the remainder of this. If 15 is divided by 3, let's just console log it. It will give you the remainder if it's 0 or any remainder is left. Look at it, it's 0. The remainder, look at it, it's 0. It has no remainder. If 15 is divided by 3, there's no remainder. So if, say, 15 divided by 2, you see that we have remainder 1. There's a remainder 1. So 15 divided by 2, which is 7, 7, 14, remainder 1. That's what the this modulus operator do for us. So now let's as well console log xy, which is the 5 over, okay, let's say 5 over 2, which will give us 2.5. Okay, so if you check this now, we have the 2.5. Okay, so now let's as well check this z. Z is what? 5 minus what? 2, which will give us what? 3. Okay, so now let's look at the y. Y is what? 5 plus 5, which is what? 10. Let's console log y. If you console log y, look at it, we have 10. So now, and the next one is what? We have done this multiplication. So there's another one called the augmented arithmetic operator. Let me show you something. Let me console log this. Let me show you something. So now, if you want to do something like, we have this var here, result of x, and add something to it again. And let's say do x x plus equals to x plus equals to 2. Let's see what we have by x. It's not 6. Look at this, it's not 6. What we just did is we are just taking x and we are the value of x, we are adding it to this. Okay, so instead of writing this in a long code, you can just write something like, let's say, what's happening with my keyboard? So you see that it's 6. So here now we have this x here. We're just adding another. This is called the augmented. We are adding this to this. Okay. So in this case, you don't need to bring in x again. You just write this. Now you just have this. Now you can as well do the same thing with this and say multiplication. Do the multiplication. Save. It's going to give us 8. So what is doing here is this 8 multiplied by this is giving us this 2. Okay, so now let's talk about the assignment operator. Let's talk about the assignment operator. the way we are just assign this data, assignment operator, the string to this data here. Okay, if you console log this now, let me show you. We are just going to get what? We are going to get this assignment operator, right? Look at it. So now, this equals to, look at it, is 1. This 1 assignment, we are using it to assign this data to this. That's what we mean by assignment operator. This is what we mean by assignment. We are using it to assign this data to this. Okay? And as well, you can as well use the let. If you use the let, you must use the let me say dt equals to, this equals to is what we know as the assignment operator. You can assign number to it. This is the assignment operator. You can as well use the const. VC equals to false. We have just assigned a billion to this VC. This is what we mean by assignment operator. So now let's talk about the JavaScript comment. You see that all this while we have been writing code, we have been writing some kind of this green stuff here. This is what we call comment. Like, what does comment do? Comment helps you to comment your code that will be ignored by the browser. It's not going to show on the web page. If I comment this, let me show you this comment. If I comment this console, let me comment this as well. We don't need to, let me just remove it. So what you have, we just have only this console here. Look at it, this fresh data. We just have only this assignment operator, that fresh data. Okay, so if I should comment this, if I comment this now, if I comment it, you are not going to see that again. It's going to go off. You are not going to see it anymore. I've just commented. This is what comment does. Comment helps you to ignore your code. And how do you comment? For shortcut to comment, you use Ctrl plus forward slash. Ctrl plus forward slash to comment your code. And as well, you can do it manually and come in front of this code and write forward slash twice. It will comment your code. Okay, that's the way to comment in JavaScript. Okay, so to uncomment as well, you use press the same forward. If I comment, to uncomment, you press the same forward, you press the same Ctrl plus forward slash to uncomment your code. And as well, if you use the manual one, you can just come and remove the forward slash. Your code will just go as well. It will start working fine again. Okay, the comment, what it does, that your browser is just going to ignore what you have commented. It's not going to show on the browser. It's not just, it's as if it's not there. That's what the comment does. Okay, so now our next topic is going to be about the conditional statements. We are going to talk about the control flow, the conditional statement, control flow. So let me just remove this. Control flow. Conditional. So now, what is this conditional statement? There's something we call the conditional statement, and after this, we are going to talk about our logical operator. This will help us to understand our logical operator very well. So now, let's talk about the if statement. We have in if statement, we have the if else, we have the s. Then as well, we also have what we call the switch. Okay, so now let me talk about, let's write if statement here. Let's declare a variable. Let's x, let's data, let's x data equals to true. So now we're just going to say if x data is true, show us alert, give us alert, and say what this is true. All right, so now if you come to here again and say s, we'll say what this is what false. So now what this, let me quickly explain this. What this means that if you run this code and go to our browser, it's saying that x data is equals to true. The data that this x data has, the variable, what it has, this variable, the content of it, the content is what value is true. So it's just checking if this is true. Run this code, everything inside this, from this curly bracket, this from here, run everything inside this place. You can as well, if what is just saying, run everything inside this code. This is just checking, just like they will say, if this is this, let this happen. If this is this, let this happen. So we are just using our JavaScript code to ask a question. We are just simply asking, if x data is true, run all of this code inside here. Else, if it's not true, that means if it's false, run the code inside here. You can see that. Run this code inside here. So let's go to our browser and see what happens. So in this case, our x data is true. What is going to happen? We are expecting an alert to show that this is true. So let's go to our code. Look at it. This is true. Alert is showing to show that this is true. So now let's change this to false and see what happens again. I don't know why I'm writing this falsely. So this is false. X data false. Now what is going to happen is going to show us that this is false. Look at it. Let's run it again. Let's run our code again. I think it's still. This is what? False. Because the data we are checkmating, the data we are checking with, the data which we are checking with is what? Is falsy. That's why this is no longer true. The first hand should suppose, the first code block supposed to run if it's true. But if it's false, the next one will run. And then let me show you again. There's another one, and we can say something like let's declare another variable. Let's just declare another variable. I will call this y data. Okay. I want to show you the s if. There's one called the x if. Let me just come here. The s comes at the last. It comes at the very last. So if you look at it, we have the s if. And what does the s if do? The s if is going to ask now. The s if will also help us to check if this one does not pass the test, and if this one does not pass the test, then this one does not pass the test. If this one passes the test, it will run. Then if this one does not pass the test, if none of this passes its test, this one has conditions. Both of this the if and the s if has conditions, but the s doesn't have condition. What the s does is that if the if doesn't pass the condition, and the s if does not pass the condition, the next one will be the f, the is will simply run. That's what it means. So now let's check, and let's call this so now it's just going to ask if x data is false, this will not run. Then it will check again if s if, which is our y data, if it's false as well, this block of code is not going to run. Let's call it false again. I don't know what's wrong with me with false, why I'm writing this false. So let's just false again. If I call this, if it check this x data, if it's true, this block of code will run and it will end there. Then if this s if this is false, it will jump to this s if and check if this is true. It will run this block of code. But if it's false, it will jump again and come to x and check. It will just stop at s. Hence, if this is false and this is false, the next x will take everything and run whatever that is inside this s block code. So now let's quickly check again. This is s. Let me show. This is s statement, and this is, let's say this is s if, and this is if. Okay, so now let's check this and see what happens here. Let's reload. Then let's reload and see. This is s statement. because it's showing us this block of code because this and this are false. They are false. So it checks here, this is not true, it jumps it and come to this one, and this is not true, it jumps it and come to this. This is just the last bus stop. So now let's check this y data to true and see what happened. Let's check it to true. We're supposed to remove this here. Let's load this again. This is if statement. This is what? If statement. Is showing us if statement, the s if. This is s if. Look at it. This is s if. Let's remove this again. Then now let's change this to true. And you notice something, that once it matches that true, the code stops. So now let's check this. Let's change this to false again. And you can also leave it to true. It doesn't matter. Hence it means, hence this shows true. The code will stop here. So let's see what happens. This is if, and the code will just stop there. The code will not run again. This is if, the code will just stop there. This is what the if statement does for us. And you can as well start using this is you can start writing this. Maybe you can just say if it's true. This is another way to write it, but this is just a kind of loose code. It's like it's much beginner's code this way. Like this is much beginner's code, but what we just did previously was just a normal standard way to check your if statement. So now this we are just writing the code incomplete and say x data is equals to true. If it's true, if this thing is true, show us this. Okay. So now let me showcase what we call our logical operator. Let's show what we call the logical operator. So now let me write a code. Let's say let number y x z x y z number x y z, let's say is 10, or let's just call it age. User age is equals to a thing. We want to check people that are an adult and people that are not an adult. This user age is equals to a thing. Okay, so what we want to showcase the logical operator. So now let's check if the user age is equals to 18, the person is an adult. If it's equals to or above 18, the person is an adult. If the user's age is less than 18, the person is not an adult, so he is not allowed in our clubhouse. Okay, so now let's check this, and we are saying I'm trying to explain the logical operator. This if is greater than, if age is greater than and we cannot say here, we cannot declare another variable and say age is equals to a thing. Okay, then we can say this is 25 years old. 25 years. So we are going to check if age is greater than, if age is greater than user age. We have a constant age. You have a constant age, however, this age is not going to change. So let's use const to write it. So we are just checking if this age is greater than user age. We are just going to say not an adult. Not an adult. So okay, not an adult. So the age is greater than the user age. If it's greater than this, is not an adult. So now we are going to check again if age is equals to or less than user age. As if, sorry guys, it's supposed to be this way. So what I'm just going to check here now, if age is less than or equals to user's age, we are going to say this is an adult. This is an adult. Okay, so this is an adult. So if you look at our if statement, you are checking if age is greater than the user age, not an adult. If age is less than or equals to the user's age, this is an adult. Now, if nothing else, we can say let's say okay, now we don't need the okay, we can just remove for now. Let's just say s user's age is unknown. We can just say user's age is unknown. Okay, now let's just reload our let's do this. So now the age, let me explain this again. This the const age, the age of the system is 18. That's the age that is allowed. So the user that is coming is 25 years old. So we are checking if the user is an adult or not. So here in our if statement, this is logical operator is going to check if age is greater than user age, not an adult. As if age is less than or equals to, what it means that if user age is equals to 18 or above 18, that means the person is an adult. So now else, if we don't know the person's age, you can just say user age is unknown. So now let's go and check. Here the user age is 25. So we assume that is greater than 8. So let's go and see what happens. We reload. This is an adult. It's showing us that this is an adult because the user age is 28. So now let's check it. Let's put the user age to 2. Not an adult. You see, it's not an adult. So now if you remove this and put it to undefined, it's just going to show us that what? User age is unknown. Okay? So now this is what our logical operator is doing. This is logical operator. The greater than sign, or the less than is the logical, that is the logical operator. We can as well use the one we call, we also have what we call the comparison operators. Oh, sorry guys, this is supposed to be called the comparison operators. We are comparing, sorry guys, we are comparing. Okay, supposed to be the comparison operators, not logical operators. I will show us what logical operators means. It's supposed to be comparing comparison operators. Okay, sorry guys for that miss. It's called the comparison operator. So now let's talk about what the logical operator means. Logical operator, let me show us. Logical, I didn't write it out. Operator. The logical operator, we have the and, we have the and, we have the and, we have the or, we have the not, and we have, yeah, these are the three logical operators. So now let me just quickly, let's write a simple, let's comment this out. So let's first copy it and comment it here. Let me just bring it down. So let me comment this. Let me bring this up. Let's choose the logical operator. So now what you are going to check here now is this. If age, let's check if age or what this is just checking here. Let's use the this and this double pipe is called the AND. If this or either any of these that is true, let's change this to let's data. Let's call it false. The next one is let's call another data. Let's call it true. So now if any of this is true, look at this. This is a logical operator. If any of this is true, this block of code will run. Okay, but if any of them, if none of this is not true, then it will jump to the next one. Let me write this. And okay. So now if this or this is true, if any of this, just checking or. So if this or data or another or data, any of them is true, it will run this block of code. If none of them is true, it will jump to the next one and check if the both let me change this as well. Let me change this to let me change this to this. So it's going to check again now. If any of this is true, it will run this block of code. If both of this is true, it will run the block of code. So now let's just quickly check. We don't need this now. Okay, let's comment it. So now let's see what happens. So from our code, you can see that one of these data is true. So let's just go here and see. This is another dot. So because it's showing us this is another dot because it's supposed to show this, not another dot. No, sorry. Not another dot. That's what it's supposed to show, not another dot, because one of this is true. So the code will just stop here. The condition will just stop here. Okay, it will just quickly, it will stop here. So it's just going to show now which of this is true. This is one of this is true, so it's going to run this block of code. But if I change this to false, if I change this to false now, none of this is true. It will jump to this. It will jump to this, and the check and they are not true. And means that both of them must be true. Both of them must be true. That's what this and means. So let me just remove this. Let's remove this. We don't need this for you. So in this case, we have checked if any of this is true. It will run this block of code. Else, it will jump it and run the next code. So now, if you not another dot, because each of them is true, so it's going to run that block of code. It's going to run this block of code. So now, if I come here again and change this to true as well, sorry. If I change this to true, and I'll come here and now say, and what and means that both of these must be true. That's what and means. So if I check this, let's remove this. If I go again now and check, both of these are true. So it's going to run this block of code. S is going to jump it. So let's see what happens. This was our old code. Let's run it again. Another dot. Look at it. So let's remove it again. You will now see that this is another dot. Let's see. Another dot, because both of these data are true. All right. So if I change one of these to false, if I change one of these to false, you are going to see that it will not run this code. It will jump to this one and say the user is unknown, because both of these are not true. This is our old code. Why is it coming up again? If I run it again, you see user age is unknown. That's the logical operator. So now let's talk about the switch statement. The switch statement. How do we write the switch statement in JavaScript? The switch statement. Let's use the switch statement block. Okay, look at it. So now let's just declare a simple expression. Let's expression equals to, let's call it 18. You can as well use this to check the user's age as well. So now this expression, this is the key here. This switch statement will take in this expression. It's going to check if this expression or the key is equals to any of these value. Do this. So let me show you what happened. This value, let's call it 18. Then we are going to say alert. Let's say user is an adult. Let's just duplicate this code one more time. So can just say 16. User is not an adult. Okay, this is a break default. The default can just say here again and say let me quickly copy this and say this and say user age is not known. All right, so now if you check this now, this expression represents this 18. We are checking what this does is that if the case is 18, if this is 18, if this expression matches this case, it will run this block of code. Else it will break and jump to the next one and say check it again. If that expression matches this case again, it will run it. So now what we are just going to check now, if the expression is equals to this case, it will run this block of code. Let's check it from our user age. Let's run this code again. This is defined as 18. What's the error? I'm trying to figure out what's really going on. So this is the expression now. Oh, I've messed up my code. Sorry, guys. So who's this here? I'll check again. Why is that putting twice? So user is an adult because is equals to, look at it, 18 is, it will show this is equals to this. Okay, so this is the way we use the if statement. This is the way we use the switch statement. Okay, guys, so okay, our next topic is going to be on the for loop. Let's talk about loop and iterations in JavaScript. There are some cases when you have, like, let's say you have an array, loop array data. Let's say you have an array like this, name, club, cost. Let's say you have this kind of an array and you want to get each of these, you can easily do like let's say you just do this. When you do like you use the index to get each of these. If I should console log this, you will get console log. You will get this only the name, that's the particular one. Let me reload this. Oh, why is this thing still running? Oh, where's the, okay, let's comment this thing out. I need to comment this one as well. But I think we need to comment all of this code. so that it will not be disturbing us. And when we are declaring a new variable, be sure what to have. I think that way will be more will be more safer for us to go. So this is an array, okay? It uses index. So the first index of this is the let's cancel down. Let's cancel like this. This will give us. I have removed this now. What's happening? This will give us the name as the first index. If I choose the 1, it will give us club. Okay, so now you don't have to start picking each of these. There's something we call the for loop. You can use this for loop. You can use the for loop and get each of these. So look at the way the for loop works. We have the initialization. We have the condition, and we have the iteration. That's the iteration. I will just quickly explain what each of this is doing. So this is here will be your block of code. Okay, so now this is the initialization. This is the this is condition. What did I write? This is condition, this is iteration. So if you want to loop through each of this, what I'm going to do is I'll quickly write let's say let equals to you can use anything, but as we just normally use the I to declare the variable in the for loop. So let me say I is equals to 0. Then the condition should be what? If I is less than this, the length of this dot length. Okay, then I'm going to say I plus plus. Then let's just console log and see what's going to happen. I'm going to say I plus plus. Let me just console log I. So what is happening here is this. I'm saying I'm declaring a variable I. I here is 0. So I'm just asking this loop array data dot length is the length of this, which is 3. The length of this thing is 3. So I'm just here, I'm adding it, that this I here is 0. This is just a condition, it's there on this, which is 3. So I'm adding here I is 0. I'm adding I here is plus 1 1. So let's see what happens. Let's see our code and see what happens now. Look at it. 0 1 2 is console logging I here is 0 1 2. So now I can pick each of this using the index. I can use that I as the index. I cannot say the loop array data. I'll just use the I'll now use I here. If I can console log this, let's console log this and see. Please, if whatever anything you don't understand, please leave a comment. I'm going to respond to it. Just leave a comment. So this is I'm trying to console log this. I'm trying to pick it at each of this. I'm iterating this loop array. This is what this means. So let me just, you can see now have each of these name, club, course. How? Why is it happening like that? Because we are looping through this. We are looping through this data to map out each of these. This is called the for loop. And you can as well use the for loop to count a number. If I want to print out 100, if I want to print out like from number 1 to 100, what am I going to do? I'm going to assign 1 to I. Okay, then I will now say if I is less than 100. Okay, let's just assign this 100 to a variable. Let's call it condition. Let's just call it condition. It's supposed to be 101. if it's this, okay, so we can print up to 100. So let's print out I. Condition is 101. So what you are saying is that I is 1, that is 100. Okay, if I is less than 101, continue to print. Once I is close to 101, it will break out. And look at what this iteration is doing. It's adding 1 plus, it's just adding this, it's just adding that I, is incrementing. We call it the increment. Look at what we have in our console, 1 to 100. Look at it, we have 1 to 100. You just print that I to 100. You see there. So now again, if I can as well print from 0 to 100, and how do I do it? I'll just make this I to be 0. It will start from that I, it will start from 0. Look at it. We now have from 0 to what? To 100. So you can easily count from 0. You can easily count from a number to so number using the for loop. We have just used it to iterate on this data, this loop array data. Okay. So now and I can as well use it to also iterate. There's also another method which you can use to iterate on a data. Let me show you the one called the for of. We have the for of and we have the for in. If you are using if you want to iterate over an array, please use the for of. Don't use the for in on array. Use the for of on array. Then if you want to iterate over an object, use the for in. So let me show you something. This is for. So how do you use the for of on an array? You can just use the var. Let's call it add of. You bring in this data. If you bring in this data, paste it here. So if you console log this, it will give us each of that data again. This, you see, it gives us each of that data. This is for of how to also iterate over an array. This is all about the loops and iteration. We also have the ones we call the do while. We have the do while. We have the while loop. Okay, the while loop is just have to put your condition. This is just the while loop, the way it works. You can console log whatever you have here. Console log this there. Then you put your I. If you're using I, you just write I dot plus plus. Then here will be your expression. Here will be the condition here. This is how to use the while loop. Okay, so now I want us to go into the functions. Let's talk about functions. Functions is a very key topic in JavaScript. Please, let's just pay very attention. Let's talk about the functions in JavaScript and what is function. Function is a block of code. That performs. Function is a block of code that performs a specific task, and you can reuse it. You can reuse the block of code. Okay, so now let's quickly show what is this function. There's what we call the traditional function and the arrow function in JavaScript. I will quickly show us the traditional function, how to write we have the function expression, the arrow function, function declaration, function expression, and the arrow function. So let me just show us the function declaration. This is a keyword. Don't use this function name. This is a keyword. Don't use this function as a name of a function or a name of variable in JavaScript. It's a keyword in JavaScript. So let's call it my function my function 1. Okay, so you put your curly braces. First of all, put your bracket. Okay, so now we have this function. This is a function syntax. What is this going to do? This is a function teaser. If you ask this function to do something for us, it's going to do something for us. So if you ask this function now, let's say console log I am learning JavaScript. Okay, so now we have this here. We have this function name. So how do you make this function to run? How do you call? There's what we call function invocation. We have written this block of code, which is the function on this line 139. This is the function now. This is the key. This is the key. This is the keyword which you use to declare a function declaration. This is the name of the function. This is the name of the function. This is where we send our parameter. This is where we have our parameter, but now we are not making use of any parameter. We'll get to that. This is the curly braces which holds the block of code. Okay, so everything inside here is just enclosed in this function particular. It has a local the local scope within here. Okay, so now let me show you how do you call this function. After writing your function, let's go to our page again. Let's go to our web page. You will see that this function is not doing anything yet. Let's just check. Nothing is happening here. Look at it. Nothing is happening on our console. But now you have to call the function to make it act. You have to call this function. If you call this function here, you look at it. I'm calling this function. It will act now. Look at it. I am learning JavaScript. It has just console logged this because we have called it, and this is what we call the function invocation. This is called, what we just did there is called the function invocation. And again, let me talk about what we call the function argument and function parameters. If I want to say something like, let's say, let me explain what we mean by function argument and the function parameter. If you come here, let's call this name. Okay, if I say this is a name, I will just take this off. My name, I will just write my name. I will remove this first. Oh, oops. I will say this, and I will put the plus sign and write that name. Then put another plus sign. Then, then I will say my name. No need to do this. My name is this. So let's just remove this. We don't need that last one since we are just trying to output our name. Okay. So now my name is this. This is like a placeholder. What this means that if you are calling this function, you have to pass in this. You have to pass in a data there. Let's say tempo. So now what this is going to do is that I have called this function with this is an argument. This is an argument. Why this is a parameter? I've called this with an argument. Okay. So now, as I've called this function now, if you check here, let's see what happened here. You see, my name is tempo. You see it because when we are calling this function, we are passing in this. We are passing in this argument to this function to make use of it here. And this is called the parameter. This is called the argument. Okay. So as well, you can also pass as many as you can pass as many as argument the parameters that you want. Let's say my age, let's say my occupation, a developer. Now if I want to pass another one, I will just put a comma, put my string again, and I'll say I am a developer. Okay, so now if I have passed this again to that, let's make use of that one again. I will now say my name is this. I'll put the plus sign. I'll put my string. My occupation is, I'll put this again, go down there, put my plus sign again, and call my occupation. I'll call the occupation. You remember, we just passed this occupation here. My occupation is a developer. Okay, so if I come here, let's go to our console again. You can see that my name is Temple, occupation is developer. You see, this is what the parameter and the argument is doing. When you write a function, you don't want to maybe you don't want to declare this variable inside here, or you are fetching the data from an API. You are getting your data from a server, which is the data is not yet available to you or your code. You want to get it from a data. So when you are calling that function, you want to pass in the data you are receiving to your function. That's what the parameter does. The parameter is just like a placeholder. What it's saying is that you do not have access to this data yet. It's just like a placeholder. It's just standing by for that data that is coming, the incoming data. The parameter is standing by for it. It's saying that this data is not available to us in this block of code. So now we are using this. We are using the parameter you are using the parameter as a placeholder until the data comes. Then it will enter into the parameter and just fix in where we have just mentioned the parameter. Look at it. This is the parameter here. The occupation and the name, both of these are the parameter. They are just coming down here. You can see that in our code, when we console log this, we don't see this. We don't see this name. What we see is what we get from the argument, which is this temple. Now the occupation part will also be replaced from what we are also getting from our argument, which is the developer. The developer here will replace the occupation. You get it now? So let's talk about there's another thing called the return statement in JavaScript function. There's what we call the return statement. In return statement, let me take off this. We have to use a different. Let me just take off this. Let's call this. We are talking about the return statement in JavaScript now. So now let's call this. This is X and this is Y. Okay. So now let's return this. Let's return something in this code. Let's return something. So we are going to say return X plus Y. We want to use this little function to make a little arithmetic operation. So now this code, this is my code here. Let me move this down. I'll just assign, look at some, I want to do something different now. I want to assign this, my function, I want to assign it into a variable so that I will be able to fetch in the value that is returning. What the return statement in JavaScript means is that the function is going to return a value at the end of that function processes. Once the function stops running, it's going to return a value. And that value that is going to return, for you to access it, you are going to pass, wherever you are calling this function, you are going to pass it into a variable to access the value. So now, let me quickly do this. So I will just say this is let our result, let's just call this result, equals to. So now I am calling this function at this point and then I'm assigning it to this variable. This result variable, I just declared. Remember what we talked about? The variable declarations, okay, in JavaScript. So now I have declared a variable called results. I am calling this function in the same line. Remember, make sure you call this in the same line so that you don't have problem. This my function 1. I am calling it and I'm passing it into a variable. I'm assigning it to this variable called results. Why? Because this function is returning a value. We need to access that value. We need to get hold of this value. And how do we do it? We need to, when we call this function, we need to assign it to a variable. So now let's console log this variable and see what you are going to get. So let's type our console here. This will hit your tab key. Console log. Let me just use a key. Okay, let me just console log on the result. So when you go to this, go to web page again. You see, let me see what's we didn't pass any argument here. That's a mistake from our end. So let's just pass 2 and 4. Okay, so now what do you expect? What you are trying to tell this function to do is function return x plus y. The x plus y is a placeholder for these two arguments, which are 2 and 4. So this function is going to return what? 6. So let's just go to our web page and see what's going on there. Look at it. We have 6. Why? Because this function is receiving 2 and 4 as an argument to the placeholder, which we call the parameters. So now it's returning these two parameters. It's saying return x plus y. Okay, let's do let also do multiplication. It will now what is doing here is return x multiplied by y. So this will give us 8. Let's check. Simple. 8 is a simple array. So now we have just talked about the JavaScript return statement. I want to tell you one thing very tricky about return statements. If you want to use a return statement in your code, that code will end, and once the return statement runs, the code will end. Nothing. Okay, let me show you. If you write another code there and say console, if you say console.log x or y, you see this code here is not going to. If you look at it, the JavaScript is very smart. The VS Code is very smart. If you look at it, you see that the color has changed. It's something that is. It looks as if it is disabled. The color has changed. You look at it, the color has changed because this code is invalid. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any meaning because we have used the return statement at the top. Once the return statement runs, every other code that is under the return statement is invalid. It will not run. It will not run. Any code you want to write, make sure that your return statement comes at the end of your code. Okay? Make sure that the return statement is at the very bottom of your code. That block of code. What I mean by block of code is this, from this line 144 to line 139. Look at it. This is the block of code. That's what we call the function. And you can as well use the return statement in your if statement or your switch statement or even in your for loop. You can use the return and say return this. Okay, when you want to iterate over an array or an object, you can also use the return statement and make write some advanced code that you use. Okay, so now remember that once you use your return statement, every other code under it will not run. You make sure that whatever code you are using is on top of the return statement. You can see now I just push it below. You see that the console, this console X has changed color. It's not active. So now let's see what happened. You see, we now have that too. That too is that X which we are console logging. You see it? So in our function we have talked about how to call the function invocation. We have talked about the argument and the parameter. We have talked about the return statement in function. Now let's go to our HTML file. Let me show you how to call your function in your HTML file as well, because it's different. In some cases you may want to write your JavaScript inside your function, inside your HTML code. So let's go to our HTML file. Now remember, when you want to write your JavaScript, it must be inside the script tag. Okay, don't forget, if you have any comment, any observation, any question, don't forget to leave a comment. Drop your comment on the comment section. I'm going to answer all of them appropriately. So now let's further ahead. So I will just write, let me copy this so that we'll save time. Let me quickly copy this so that this will help us to save time. Let me write this. I'll come here, I'll paste this, I'll arrange my code. So now I will call this function too. Okay, let me call this function too so that it doesn't get it doesn't confuse us. So let me call this function too as well. So now we have just this function. You can as well call this function like the way we called it. This function is very fine here, but let me show you how to call this function inside your now if your function is returning anything, you don't need to call it in your HTML tag. But let me do this. Let me console log this. If you want to call this function inside your HTML tag, what you have to do is, let me just write a simple button. Let me write a simple button tag. So this is click me. Let's call it click me. Click me. Okay. So now there's something we call the click on click event. You just write this on click, pass in this function name, and make sure you put your bracket. Open the bracket and close the bracket again. So if I click that button called click me, it's going to console log this X. And remember, so what it means that remember we have two parameters that are coming here. We have to pass in those two parameters as you are clicking it. So let's put 2 and 7, or let's just put 5 so that we'll be sure that this is a different data. So now let's put 5 and 6. All right. So now let's go to our page again. Let me remove this. We have, if I press this, click me. You see what's happening? It's console logging 5 because we are passing 5 as our argument from the place, the button. Remember that when you click this button, it's going to call that function. When you click this button, it's going to call what? This button. So now let me show you something. Let me quickly show you something. Now that we have this button, I've showed you how to call this function inside this, but this is not it's not efficient. It's not when you have a very large number of code. I don't think you would like to be doing this. So what I want you to do is I want to show you how to get access to your function and call it inside your JavaScript file. So now let's give this a div tag. Remember the let's give it an ID. Remember our ID attribute we talked about in our HTML course. So now let me call this ID. Let's call it click me BTN. BTN means button. That is a kind of the way we need name stuff in here. So let me now, I've called this, I've given it an ID of click me. Let me pick the ID. How do you access the ID? We are going to talk about this. Our next topic will be the DOM. Let me show you how to access the HTML tag. You use what we call, let me assign this to a variable. Let me assign it to a variable. I will use const. I will say btn equals to document dot get element by ID. Now you open your brackets, put your quotation mark, pass in the name of the ID. Remember the name of the ID is what? Click button. So now you take this click. You take this click. When you take this click, you bring it down and add what we call add event listener and say put another bracket again. Write your event which you want to happen, which is the click. Then you pass a function. You pass a function to it. Now you can as well call this function inside this. You can pass this function as what we call a callback function. That's what we call callback function. When you pass a function into another function, it is called a callback. When you pass a function as an argument into another function, it is called a callback, no longer a parameter. So let me show you something. You will now see that here we are not. Let's remove this first. Let's remove it. We don't need this anymore. Let's remove this. I just want to show you there's another way you can call it, but we'll get to learn all about this in our DOM class. I think that will be our next class. Okay. Okay, that's not our next class. We'll talk about the arrays on there. So now this is the click me. If I click this, I've accessed this button using the document or get element by ID. This is the button. I've added an event listener to that document, which the document here is this btn, and that btn represents that button. So if I click it, it's going to call this function again to perform that same action. So now let's clean our console and refresh our page. Click again. Let's see what's going on. What's going on? Pointer was pointing. Console log. Okay, we are not passing any arguments to it. So let's just remove this. Let's just quickly remove this. Let's just remove that. Say let's call it documents. Let's call it the btn. Let's just call it. Let's make it simple. Let's call it the btn. Okay. So now, remember, don't put this thing here. A parenthesis. Don't put this parenthesis here. Don't put parenthesis here when you are not passing. Don't put parenthesis here when you are not passing any argument. Don't any argument. Don't put that place. So if I come here again and let's reload and see what happened, it's calling that btn again. You can see that. You can see what's going on. So if I click this button, click me, it's calling that function again. Look at it. It's calling it. Remember, when you are passing a function into another function which is known as a callback, please don't put the opening or and the closing brackets unless you are passing an argument. So now look at it. So I've just shown you how to call your function inside the inside your inside HTML code. So now let's go back to our normal HTML file. Let's go back to our normal JavaScript file. I want to show you something. I want us to do something magical with function. I want to show you what we are. I want us to create a simple project on JavaScript. Let's do this. Let's do this, guys. Let's do this, guys. Let me comment this now. Let's do this, guys. So now I want you to go to, let's create a new div. I want us to create, what I want us to create? I want us to create a bob. Like I want on our web page, on our HTML page, I want us to create a bob that will have two buttons. I want us, when you click on the bob will show light. When you off the bob will off. When you off it will off, it will go off. When you on it will on. So guys, let's go down and do this now. Let's watch this. This is going to be crazy. Let's do this, guys. So I want us to create a simple div. Please, if you enjoy what you are doing, don't forget to like, share and comment. Okay, this will help YouTube to share our course to other people. It will help the YouTube algorithm to recognize our course. So please, guys, subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. We are dropping courses every week. Every week I'm dropping new courses, detailed courses, okay, from beginners to pro. Every week I'm dropping new courses. Make sure you subscribe so that you don't miss out. Okay, let's go, guys. Now let's create let's just create a simple div. Let's call it let's put h4 and we'll call this light on and off light project. Okay, so now we have this on and off light project. All right, so I want us to put an image tag. I want to show you something, guys. So let's put this, then write the source, make the source to be empty. Then I want to write the auth. The auth, you know what the auth means? We have talked about the auth in our HTML code. The auth means what the letter or the text that will appear if the image is broken. Okay, so now let me write this. This is, I'm so excited about this. Okay, guys, I'm so excited. Let's do this, guys. So this is on and off projects. This is on and off project. This is Bob. Let's put electric bulb on and off project. Okay, so now I want to as well create a button, create two buttons of okay, just create a simple div. Let's create a simple div so that it will not be in the same line. I want it to be on a separate line. Button. I want us to create a simple tags with this, and we'll as well create another one. This is on. The next one will be what? Off. Okay, so now let's put our BR so that this will break. We'll break this. Okay, so now if you come to our web page, we'll have this image is not showing. I think we should need this in a single line. So we'll have this on and off. Okay, you can see it's doing nothing, and we don't have any image to it. We don't have any image yet. So let's see what I want us to do now. I want us to bring in an image. You have to bring in an image. I think I have that image already. I'll just go to my stuff. I'll copy this. Oh, what's going on? and as well copy this as well. So now we have these two. See what I want us to do. I can do this on a simpler way. I can say I will just give this an ID of what? Pt-1 Pt-1, okay. Then I will give this an ID of Pt-off. Okay, so what this means that when you press this button, you are going to off that light. When you press this the other button, you are going to on that light. Okay, so now let me this is now, I think we can do, let's do this in our, let's do it here. Let's do it here. It's still the same thing. It's just the same thing. We're using the HTML and the HTML, JavaScript, and the other external. So now what you are going to do here now is this. We are going to create two functions. When we create two functions, let's give this image an ID. Let's give the image an ID of what? Show light. Okay, so let's use that document dot get element ID again to access. To access those HTML tags. Show light. I want to show you what function can do. Show light. This is show light. All right. So now show light will be document dot get element by no, not animation. Get element by ID. Remember, we have other ways to access our HTML tag. When we are treating the DOM, we'll talk about all about. For now, we are discussing function in JavaScript. Okay, so now let me do this. This is what, let's copy this. Let's just do this like this. When you are writing your HTML code, please be careful the way you press your mouse so that you don't destroy any. This is Pt-1. Let's call it Pt-1 on, and let's call this Pt-1 off. Okay, so now if you come here, we also remember to change the name. This is what do you call it? We call it Pt-1 on, and this is Pt-1 off. Okay, so now this is Pt-1 off. Okay, so what I want, I've changed the name, right? So I want us to write a simple function. Let's call this function. Then all right. Now we have access to our show light. We'll just say this show light dot src. The show light is our image. Let's check again what's happening. This is show light. This is show light. Is this okay? So let's access this. Okay, this function, there's no name to it. Show Bob, make Bob, turn on. Okay, let's call it turn on light. Okay, so now we are going to say show light dot src. What's happening with this thing? There's something wrong with this thing. This is the bulb. Document.get element by ID. We have accessed it. .src. It's supposed to show equals to bulb. This is turn on like the bulb. On dot jpg. I think there's something happening there that I'm not. Then this one will be turn off. Okay, so we're going to call this off. So now, how do we start working on all of this? We can just simply say, we can now come here and say this dot add event listener. On click, we are going to call this turn on. This is button. Okay, this is off. We are going to or then we'll just do the same thing for the on. I think there's something. Okay, we'll call this on. This is on, right? So we'll call this on here. So what you are going to do now, when you click this, we have accessed this button. When we have added an event, a click event to this. So when you click this button, it's going to assign the show light does src to bob off. It's going to assign it to this string, which is the string of this image. Okay, so now let's quickly text what we have done. This is a function, turn on function. We call this here. So let's give our image size. I have to remove that part. So let's give our image size. This is our image. Sorry guys. This is our image. Let's give our image size. Okay. This is our image. Let's give it height of 400 pixel, width of 400 pixel. Okay, now we have given our image size. So let's quickly come here, let's reload and see what happens. So when you click this on, here now, the light is showing on. When you off it, it's off. Can you see this, guys? When you on this, the light will show on, and when you off this, the light will show off. You see, you on it, it show on, you off it. This is something function can do for you. This is a simple project we have just, guys, if you have gotten to this stage, I'm assuring you are getting it, guys. So let's just hit the subscribe button, guys. Okay, so if you off this, the light will go off. If you on it, the light will on. You see, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Can you see this, guys? You can see this now. So these are some of the things you can do with functions. These are some of the things you can do with your functions. You can see this. You turn it off, you turn it on. These are the things JavaScript can do for you. It adds a lot of functionalities to your web page. You can see this. This is bad, guys. This is bad. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, guys. If you enjoy what I'm doing here, hit the subscribe button. This way, the YouTube algorithm will help to share our tutorial courses to people that will need it. Okay, so hit the subscribe button. Let's go, guys. Okay, on this, you off it again. You see, this is our project. You have achieved something. If you have gotten to this stage, you have achieved something. Let's go, guys. Okay, so you can see this. You on it, you put it off, you on it, you can off, you can on it, you can off, you can on it. These are the things you can do with JavaScript. You can on, you can off it. If you press on, it's on. If you press off, it's off. If you press on, it's on. If you press off, it's off. So guys, now let's go again and check some other things. Let's just quickly, let me explain the code we have just written. So let's make it, initially, let's make it to be off. Initially, let's make it to be off. Let's make the lights to be off initially. Let's make it to be off so that let's make it to be off initially. So let's reload. So once it comes to our web page, the light is off. It's not left for you. You can off the light, you can off the light, or you can on the light. So when it comes to this web page, the light is off. On it, guys. I'll show you. You off it again, you on it, you off it, you on it, you off it, you on it, you off it. So let's go again and explain our code. So now what we have just done here, we have just brought in an image tag. This is our image tag. It has the source of this. when we have two buttons, on and off, Pt-1 on and off. When you access the buttons and add an event to those buttons, when you click these buttons, it calls this function that will changes the image si, the source. When you call this off, it changes it off. We have those images there, okay? So that is it. Let's check if we have any other thing to talk about the function. Okay guys, these are the little we have to discuss about the function. We will have another course on JavaScript function only, and as well we also have the arrow function. Let me quickly show us the arrow function. Okay, let's go to our normal JavaScript file. Let's talk about the arrow function. This is arrow function. How to declare the arrow function. This is arrow function. Arrow function. Okay, so now let me show you how to declare the arrow function. You can use the let or the var or the const. Arrow function is just like where you are kind of declaring variables, so you can use any of those keywords. You don't need to use the function keyword when you are declaring the arrow function. That's one number one. As it one, we have a lot of difference between the traditional function where we use the function keyword and the arrow function. So let me show you something. Okay, arrow function is part of the ES6 update. So let me quickly show const. Let's try. This is my arrow function. My arrow function. I will call this does this, take this. So look, we need to comment all of this. So look at this. Let's console log something here. Let's console log something. This is an arrow function. Okay guys, this is an arrow function. So how do you call your arrow function as well? You also call it, look at the way we call arrow function. It's just the same thing the way we call our traditional function. So this is the arrow function. I've called it here. So now if you go to our web page, it's going to output. Let's open our console again. Let's open our console again. What's happening? This is an arrow function. My arrow function, I'll call it. Let's reload that. Know what's going on. See? Where do we have C? Okay. Sorry, guys. You see here, it has just called, this is an arrow function. You see it? We have just called that. So the difference that you are seeing here is that this is an arrow function. It has this, look at the way it has these two, the first one, it has the assignment operator. Then it has this, the arrow. What shows that this is an arrow function? Look at it. This is what shows that this is an arrow function. Look at that arrow there. Look, when you are writing an arrow function, make sure you don't put space in that arrow. If not, there will be an error. Make sure it represents that arrow. Is that, look at it, that arrow from arrow there. Make sure you put that arrow sign. Now, there's another way to, you can make your arrow function to be shorter. Like what you have just written here. We can remove this curly braces and put just that. Since we have since this function is returning only one thing, you can just bring this here. Since it's returning only one result, one value, just bring it in the same line. Remove that curly braces. Okay, look at it. This, it will still work. And this is another shorter way to write your function. You see, it's still working. Look at it, it's still working. This is an arrow function. So now if you look at this, you see now that the arrow function is kind of shorter. Okay, so if you look at this again, let me also show you in case you're also returning something in your let me undo. In case you are returning a function, let's return something. I want to also show you that you can also use the arrow function and return whatever. That arrow there you can return. If you are returning one value, you can just remove your curly braces and use that arrow there. Okay, so now let me say return x minus y. So remember that we need to receive this as a parameter. This is x, y. So we pass in this here. We'll call this 3 and 1. Okay, so this will be what? Are we calling this at all? This is 3 3 minus 1, x minus 1 is returning x minus 1. Okay, we are not console logging it, okay? So remember, when you return something, you need to pass it into a variable. Remember what I talked about there. If your function, if you are returning your function, make sure you pass it into a variable. Let's call this result. Let's call this result. Now, you can now console log this. Console log your result. You will see. It's reloading. What's happening? Why is it taking time? We have called this supposed to load by now. This is the function. Let's checkmate our function again. This is our function. Is returning this. Is returning this x minus y. What's the issue? And this is, we are calling, we are passing it into a result, and we are here calling this result. So look at it. It's 2. 3 minus 1, which is 2. So this is about our function for today. So this is just a few about our arrow function for today. So arrow function is just you see the difference between the arrow function. This uses that arrow sign. Okay, this is our arrow function. So now this is just our arrow function, guys. The next topic we want to talk about is the string. Let's talk about the string. We have mentioned about data types in JavaScript. Now I want us to take time to treat each of these data types. Okay, I want us to go in full detail to explain each of these strings and their method. Okay, so now let's talk about the string. And what is this string? Let me declare a string. Let me declare a string. Let me say I don't know if I'll change this. Let me say string equals to this. We are handling string. Okay, remember that this is the data. Okay, so now what I want us to do is this. If you can declare your string with a double quote, and you can as well declare your string with a single quote. Let me call this 2. You can declare it with a single quote. Let me just do this. Okay, you can declare this with a single quote, or you can declare your string with a double quote. Now, if you want to, there's something I want to show us. If you want to use, like, let's say you want to use, let's say organization orgs. Let's say you want to write something like this. It will not work like the way I explained it earlier. It will not work. But what you have to do is how do you escape this? There's what we call the escape character, the backslash. You can use the backslash to escape your character. You see that if you use that backslash, let's console log it or undo, copy. If you use that escape character, you see that it will work. If I console log this, now let me open up console again. If I should console log this, you see that it's working fine. We use that escape character. It's working fine. All right. You see that it's working fine. We use that escape character. Okay. So now another thing, if you come to this one as well, let me remove this now. We are done with this. So what this simply means that when you are using the single quote, you are not permitted, you are not allowed to use this single quote inside your string. You can use the escape character to escape it. You see, that's the only way you can use this single quote inside, or you use use the double quote outside of it. Use the double quote, or this is double quote. I thought I changed the first one. You see, now it's fine. Or use the double quote, or again you use what you call the string literal. Use the backtick, or use the backtick. I can just write a new variable here. Let me write a new variable, and let me just take this. Let me cut off this. I can just remove this, or let me call it 3. So how do you use the backtick? if you go close to your, there is a keyboard close to your 1, just click it. Look, you see the way it is. Let me remove it again and put it back. This, there is the key pad there under your escape key that is close to your 1 and on top of the tab. I don't know, I'm on Windows system, so I don't know how it is on Mac. Okay, but look at it here. This is the backtick. So I can just put everything you have, all your string, inside this backtick. If I put everything here, let me console log it. This is also a string. If I console log it, you see it's also a string. Okay, so if you come here now, I want to show you another thing. Let's declare a variable. How to use the string. Let's declare a variable. Let's just declare. Let's say let's my name equals to Temple. Okay, so my name is Temple. If I want to, there's something we'll call okay, let's talk about concatenation. Let's talk about concatenate, what concatenation means in the string, how to add your strings together. Let's assume, let me just this is on the string. Let's remove this static, or let's just comment it. So if I want to add these two strings together, string result. If I want to add these two strings, this string and string 2. If you want to add them together, you use the plus sign. Okay, use the plus sign to add them together. See, if I console log it now, you will see that these two results will be the same. I've just added them together, like the way we are joining strings together. Look at it. We are handling strings. We are handling strings. Okay, and if you check there is no space, and that is why there's no space there. What you have to do, put another one, put your empty string again, so that you create a space between them. Now you see that we have a space between them. Let me show you. So if you come here now, let's say you see that we don't have a space between them, but if I remove this space here, you see that there will be no space again. Look at it. Look at here, string we, there's no space there again. You can see that. So just hit this space to create a space between these two space. Then there's another method called the concatenate. If you write the string, you do dot concatenate. You see, the concatenate takes two parameters. It takes two parameters. The first one is this, the one that you use to create the space. Then you put your comma. Then write the name of the second string that you want to add to this first string. You drop this here. If you console log it again, you see that is the same thing. Let's call it second way. Okay, so if you see this, you are trying to, this is concatenation. We are trying to concatenate. Concatenate means like adding two strings together. So if you come here, you see that we have just concatenated. Look at it. Look at it. We have just concatenated it. Okay, the second, look at the second one started from the second. Look at it there. So that's, if I remove this space, now, you see that there will be no space there again. Okay, so let's talk about the so we have talked about the concatenation now. Okay, so let's talk about, please, if you don't understand this, kindly leave a comment on the comment section. I will take my time to answer any of the questions. So let's talk about the literal again, how you can use the literal to add up your, let me just remove this. So now I will just uncomment this again. So this is the literal again. We are using this template literal again. So if I want to add, I can bring in a variable inside this and use it again. So if I just come here, what I'll do, I'll just use the $sign, then put your curly braces, then call the name of this variable that you want to attach to this string. If you see now, we are handling organization string by, let me just put it by temp so as to be more readable, by. So this is a string. This is a string. I'm trying to attach a variable, a string variable, a variable that is a string inside of this string. If I go here now and check now, you see that oh, we have something we did not result. We are console-logging results which we have commented. So we are handling organization string by temple. You see, so this is how that's why template literal is very good to be used. If you want to make use of a variable inside your string, the variable there is a string, you want to attach it to that string, it's very okay to use the template literal. And you can as well write HTML code. You can write HTML code inside your template literal. We call it the HTML template, the literal. You can write your HTML code inside this and also output it. Let me show you how to do that. Let me show you how to do that. So if you come here and say let's HTML equals to, you use your template, your backtick, then you write a HTML code. Let's call it h2. Then you can just say, let's bring in this my name again. Let's bring in my name again. Remember, we'll have to use the $sign. Then write your backtick. Write my name. Okay. Then remember to close your h2. Remember to close the tag h2. You see, we have just written a HTML tag. If I console log this now, you see that we'll have a HTML to look at. We'll see what happened. Okay, I think look at it. We have HTML too, and we can simply output this on our page to see what is happening. So let's quickly go to our HTML and create an empty tag. So let's create an empty tag. This is a p tag. Okay, thank God this one is empty already. We'll call it demo. All right, it's an empty tag. So we are going to go to our JavaScript now. Then we access it. Let's access it by calling the document dot. So let's come here and access it. Let's call it demo. Then I'll say equals to document dot get element by ID. Then you pass the name of that ID, demo. Please make it lowercase. I think it's case sensitive. So now what we're going to do is this. We have just set that empty HTML. What I want us to do now, this is the document, that HTML document. Then you call dot inner HTML equals to this HTML that we have just written here. Now let's see what happened on the web. Let's see what happens. So now you can see that we have it here. Look at it, tempo. We have it here. We have just, what I'm trying to display here is how to use your backtick to write HTML tags. Okay, and you can access your variable and bring it inside here. Look at it. You can as well, if you bring any other you can as well attach any of this, attach it to this, or bring any variable. Even okay, let me bring this string 2 and change it inside here. You will see that it will show on the, look at it. Second, we are handling organization string. You look at it there. You see. So this is just how to use the template literal. So now I want us to talk about okay, let me show you. There's another stuff called the backtick sequence. In case you want to put a backslash in your string, you want to put a backslash in. Let's use this string now. Let's display it here. Let's use that string. See what happened now. You see, we have this, we are handling string, right? So if you want to put the backslash inside this string, it will be a problem. If you put one, it will be an escape. You are not going to see it. Let me show you something. You are not going to see it. It's acting like escape. So now, if you put one, it's acting like escape key. You are not going to see it. So how do you, in case you want to put a backslash, How do you do it? You use to, we'll call it this backslash sequence. You see, one has appeared, but if you remember, we have two there, but one have just appeared. That's how to use backslash in your string. So now I want us to, let's talk about some of the strings method that we need to know. Okay, and as well, let me, before I forget, this string now, we can also check, it has the property of length. Okay, it has the property, you can check the length of this string to know how many strings that we have inside there. We can just quickly check the length of this property. So if you want to check the length, is the name of the string dot length, which will give you the length of that string. So now, if you count this now, have how many? Remember, JavaScript, okay, the length will count normal, but index is what started from this. So now let's count this. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. Space is also a character. You have to count it. So let's check how many we have on the web. If you check here, you see that we have 22. We have 22 on the web. That's the number of, that's the length. The length means each of these character, the total number, space are included, even commas and all those special characters are all included. Okay, so that's the number of this character, that's the length of this string. Okay, so now I want us to let's quickly look at some of the JavaScript string methods. Let me, I think we need to comment on this now. Let's comment this, remove this. So now let's call this string as well. We'll say this is string method. Okay, so this is string method. Now what I mean by the string method, there are stuff that are kind of, okay, let's console log, let's write console log. If you want to check, if you want to cut this string, let's say you want to slice this string, you want to shorten it. Okay, you want to shorten it, you want to get a bit like some part of it. Number one is the slice. Let me comment it. The slice. You can use the slice to slice your string. Let's write slice. I'm trying to comment it. I'm not passing it into another variable. I'll just call slice here. Then pass. The slice takes in two parameters. Number one is the start position, the position where the slice is going to start. The second one is where it's going to end. And that last one is not included. Let me show you what I mean by that. I want this slice to start from index 0. Remember that index of JavaScript starts from 0. Okay, it starts from 0. So this slice 0 will start from this 0. This index, there's also called index. The index of this is starting from 0. JavaScript, when JavaScript starts to count, the index starts from 0. It counts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But again, the length, when you are counting the length of a string or of an array, the length counts normal. Like it counts normal. Then if you want to count the length counts normal. But the index is what starts from 0. Assuming you have a string, okay, let's assume that string, you just check the length is 22. But if you count the index, if you start counting the index, you start from 0. The index will end at 21. But the length is 22. Okay, let me demonstrate what I mean. If you come here, this T is at the index of 0. The H is at the index of 1. The I is at the index of 2. The S is at index of 3. But if you start counting number, this should be 1, 2, 3, 4. The S will be 4. But no, in JavaScript, the index starts from 0. The index starts from 0. It starts from 0 to count. If you are counting the index is kind of like the position. The index means the position of each of this character. Even this white space is included. So now what I want to say, I want to cut off this. I want to slice it. I want to say start from the index 0, cut down to index 4. I want it to start at the index 4. So now, if I say start from 0, I'm telling this slice to cut from this T, count to 4. So 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4 is at this space. This space is what is where we have the 4. Remember, 4 is not included. 4 will not be included. 4 will not be included because it's the last. The last is not included. The JavaScript slice, the slice on the string method takes in two parameters. The first is this one. This 0 is the starting point. You can as well start from anywhere you like, the 3 or the 2. Okay, but now I want to start from the 0 so that I'll get that this. So if I console log this, you see that we'll get that what's going on. Oh, slice. Sorry, I need to call that string dots. So now you see that, look at it, we have that this. We have that this now. It just cut off that this. So now what I'm trying to explain is that this 4 is not included. It will stop at 3. It will count 0, 1, 2, 3. You see that we have the is. If you count from 0, 1, 2, 3, the s there will be 3. The s is at the position of 3. That's why it will call the last one. This last one, this end is not, this 4, which is the end. This 4, which is the end, is not included. That's the way it works. It's not included. You only count from 0 to 3. It will cut from 0 to 3. That 4 is not included. It's just, we see it as the end, but it's not included. Okay, so now if you want to cut off everything from 0 to the end, you just remove this. Pass only one parameter. Pass only one parameter, because the end is optional. Pass only one parameter and you cut off everything. Look at it. Look at our console. Cut off everything. So now again, if you want to also start from the end, you use the negative. You can say if you say let's say from 4, negative 4. Let's say negative 4. Let's see. You see that we have third is cutting from this. The negative will start from the end. It will start from it reads backward. It starts from end. Let's say negative 6. It will give us method. Look at it. To give a method. Negative number start from the end. It counts backward. It starts from the end. Look at it. It counts backward. That's the way the negative works. Okay, this is the slice method of our string. Let's talk about the substring. The substring is just almost like the slice, but they're a little bit different. Let's also use the 4 and let's see what happened here. You see that it gives us the same thing. They're almost the same thing, but they have a little bit different. They have a little bit different. The difference is that the second parameter specifies the length of the extracted part. That is the difference between the substring and the slice. So again, let's talk about the sub. Okay, let's see what I have. They're almost like close, but what differentiates them is that length. Okay, so now let's talk about the replace. The replace also takes in two parameters, and they are strings. This replace what? Okay. Oh, sorry guys. Replace. What replaces does that is going to, if I look at this, I can look at this, I can take this and say replace this with those. I can say replace this with those. And if you console log this again, I see what you have here. Those is the string method. It has replaced this with string with those. And remember, this is case sensitive. It's case sensitive. If I remove this capital, the uppercase T and put small letter, you see this is string. You see it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's case sensitive. Okay, so you can see now this is case. We also have the replace all. Okay, that one, we also have the replace all. So the next one will be I'm looking at what you can do again with this. Okay, there's one thing I want to mention again. When you concatenate this, when you use any of this string method, it returns a new string. It doesn't modify the old one, it returns a new string. That's what I mean. So now if I say, okay, if I say something like if I slice from, let me remove this, to this 4, and I will come here again. I want to console log the original string. You will see that the original string will not be tampered. Let me, so what's going on? What's going on? Okay, this is replaced. Supposed to be slice. I was confused what was happening. So this is replaced. This is slice. So now you can see that the slice has that this, and the second one, this is string. The string remains like that. So this all of this string method doesn't modify. It doesn't modify the original string. Okay, it doesn't modify the original string. So now let's talk about there's another one called the uppercase. Let's talk about the uppercase. Sorry. Let's talk about the uppercase. The uppercase is used to make your string to be, if in case you want to capitalize your string, or you want to make it lowercase, you use the uppercase or the lowercase, or the also have the other type. Okay, so now let's check our console. You see that what's going on. Okay, you need to call it. So now you see this is string. All of them have all turned to uppercase. So if I change this, okay, let's copy this. And change the string to uppercase in our text. So if I change this now, if I change this to this, and I'll now use to lowercase, I'll use the lowercase. If I use the lowercase, you see that everything here will turn to lowercase. Okay, everything there will turn to lowercase. So let's talk about the trim. Let's talk about trim. I think I need to change this thing to lowercase again. Let's talk about the trim. Let's talk about the trim. If you come here now, this is trim. If I come here and put a space, remember this space you are seeing here is a data. That space you are seeing here is occupying data, is occupying space, is like cross data. If you start using this in database, it will give you this will count as a data. Like I have had an issue when I was using a Firestore database, so I didn't know my ID was containing a space, so I had a lot of issues debugging, and at the end I was able to find out that it was just a white space that was giving me the issue. So you have to be careful with white space. No, so now in case you are receiving okay, if you want to validate a form, or you want to validate an input from a form, I want to be sure that the user is not sending an empty space, you use this .string to check if there's an empty space. Okay, so now if you check here, you see that there is a space here and there is a space here. How do we remove this space here? We use the string.trim. You use that, we will not see that space again. Let me show you. You see that space is gone, it's not there. But let me remove this trim and console log this and show you. You see that there is a space here. Look at it, there's a space. It has shifted, there's a space. Okay, there's a space there, there's a space. So if I bring that back, the trim again, that space has gone. We have removed that space again. That's what the trim does. The trim removes white space between the end and the start of the string, not inside between the end and the start of the string. Okay, so the next one is what you call the trim starts. We also have what you call the trim start and the this is the trim start. The trim start will only, it works like the trim, but it only removed the space from the start part. It doesn't remove at the end part. So if you check now, it has removed the but we have, if you check here, look at it, we still have space here at the beginning, we still have space here at the end. So how do you remove that one? If you have, we use the trim end. We use the trim end. If you check here, let's check now, you see that the space are gone, but at the start we have a space, but the end we have removed it. That is the trim start and the trim end. So now let's talk about there's one we call chat at, the character at. Let's talk about the chat at. So if we talk about the character at, I want to remove this space. Let me remove this space. So what does this character at do? What does it do? If we say the character, what is this character at the index? Let's say the index 4. Sorry. The character at 0 is the t. If I say the character at index 1, it will be that h. It will return the h. Okay. So now if I also say the chat code, there's what we call the chat code at, the character code at. If I say the character code at, we'll call it the chat code at, let's say 0. It return the UTF character code. Look at it, 84. It return the character code UTF. Then there's another one called the split. Another method called the split. Let me do this. The split is used to split an array. The split is used to split a string into an array. So now let me quickly show you this. You will see that if you want to turn an array into, if you want to turn a string into an array, you use the split. Use the split method. Okay, now it takes in this parameter. Let me show you something. If you use this, you have to use this double quote or the single quote. If you put this parameter here and you did not specify any divider, okay, or what we call the separator, it will turn each of these wells into a string inside the array. It will turn this an array. It was initially a string, but it's splitting all each of these into a string, then turn it inside, put it inside this an array. Okay, so now if assuming you want to say each of these, you want each of these to be a single string of each zone, what you are going to do is simply put a space. Just look at that space here. It will turn it into an array. Look at it, a fine array. Look at it, to turn it into an array. Okay, you can as well specify the type of separator you want to use, in case you want to use this type of separator. Let me what's going on? Okay, so my fellow temp coders, I'll call it the temp tech. I think this is let's just put space here to turn it into an array. Look at it. You can still read further about this. So this is the string. So now let's talk. There's what we call the index of. If I say index of, let me write it down. Index of this, and I will say this. The index of this is 0. Look at it. It's returning 0. What does it mean? That index, the first one that matches the parameter we are passing in that index, it will return the index of that particular, and the index will start from the initial. Okay, let's put is. I want to show you the difference. Let's put is. You see the index will be our 2. Look at it. It will be 2. So now let's talk about the include. The include returns true. If you ask this now, does this string include is? Look at it. It will return true. True, yes. Is included in this string. If you say, does this include dog? It will say false. No, it's not included. Okay, now let's talk about start with. Does this string start with this? True, it starts with this. Does it start with is? False, it will say false. Yes, it doesn't start with is. So let's talk about end with. There's also end with. Does this string end with this string? Look at this text here. Does it end that string? True, it ends with that string. Okay, it ends with that string. So let's talk about, you see, it ends with that string. Okay, if you have any question, please, I will always remind you to leave a comment if you have a question, so that we don't miss out on anything. Okay, I want us all to be on the same page while we are learning. Okay, our next topic is going to be on JavaScript numbers. Let's talk about the JavaScript numbers. How to use numbers in JavaScript, some of properties of the JavaScript number. So now, if you want to use a number in JavaScript, let me show you something. Let's declare a variable called this is a number. This is a number, right? So you can write this. This is a number. So let me show you something. If you console log this, JavaScript has only one type of number, unlike other programming language like in Python, we all have different types of numbers. So now if I console log this, from what we did before during our data types tutorial, you will see that this will give us number. Let me open our console log again. Open our console dev tool. So if check this now, let me drag this out. If you check this, you see that it's going to give us, what are we console logging? Return this. Let's comment all of this. I'm going to comment this, but I'll put this code in GitHub so that we can have access to it if you want. So let's comment this again. So now this number will just return that number. I think we need to reload. It will return that number. Okay. So let me put a decimal into this. It will still return that number in that exact way. Okay. But there's also there's a property called pass float, but we are going to talk about those ones later on. So now let me show you how to add, in case you want to add numbers with strings. In case you want to add numbers with strings, let me write another number string. Assuming this is a string, let's call this 10. And this is, let's say this is 20. All right, assuming this is 10, this is 20, and we want to add this. And this. What do you think this will give us? Let's see what will happen here. So let's console log the result. Okay, let's pass it into let result equals to the first variable is, this is a number. You put this here, then put the second variable, which is number string. Okay, if you console log this result, let's see what you're going to get. So guess what the answer will be? Leave your answer on the comment section. Let's see what happens. Okay, so let me reload this. You see what we are getting? 2010. We are getting 2010. You see, we are getting 2010. So why are we not getting 30? Saying if this is 10 and this is 20, why are we not getting 30 as our result? You see, JavaScript is very tricky. We are getting 2010. So if you do this in your calculation, you are going to miss it out. Let me show you something. What's happening here? JavaScript, we are trying to add different types of data, the number data and the string data. So it doesn't work. This is not a number. So it's taking this is not a number. It's taking it as it's convert. There's something we call number. There's something we call type conversion. It's converting this number into a string before adding it, and that's why we'll have this 2010 here instead of 30. Okay, let me remove this and call it. Let me make this a number. Let's call this 10 a normal number instead of that string. You see that we'll have our 30 now. I think I need to. Now you see that we have our 30. Look at our 30. We have our 30. So if I come here again now and say, okay, let me also put a string here. Let me put this 20 into a string. If I put it into a string, you see that we have again 2010. You see what's happening? And what if I add? If I say, let me add two strings. Let me put both of these inside a string, and I want to add both of them. I'm adding this data, this variable and variable. I'm adding them, and I'm trying to console log the result here. If I do this here, see what's going to happen. We'll still get 2010 because they are strings. Both of them are strings. But there's something I will do. If I try to divide this, we are going to get not a number. Okay, let's talk about not a number. Let's talk about not a number. So now, if this is going to give us not a number, because what are we trying to do? We are trying to divide. Okay, this will go. But if we try to divide something like apple, you see we get not a number. We are going to get not a number. But if we divide 20 and let's say 5, this is going to work. It's going to work. JavaScript is very tricky and it has returned a number or it's going to work. And if you check type of this data, type of results, you see that you are going to get a number. JavaScript is very tricky. You are going to get a number as a data type. Now let me show you something again. Let me show you something. This has gone, and if you also do like multiply, you want to multiply this, it will still work, or even subtraction, it will work. Okay, so now before JavaScript does this arithmetic operation, it converts this string into a number. This is what happens here. So now if we try to divide like what we did before, let me show you what is a number as well. And if we say, let's say something like this, remember that this is a number. If we try to minus a string, let's call this tempo. If we try to minus, what we are trying to do is here, this line 190, we are trying to minus tempo, which is a string, from this data that is a number. This variable is a number. So we are trying to minus a string inside a number. And this string cannot be converted as a number. This string here called tempo cannot be converted as a number, so it's going to give us an error. It's going to give us a data type. This none, not a number. This none means not a number. That's what it means. Look at it, not a number. And if you check, this not a number is a data type of a number. Is a data type of a number. Let me show you. If you check the data type, it's a number. You see what's happening there? It's a number. So that is what JavaScript is. JavaScript is very tricky there. When you add two strings, it will write a number inside two strings. I try to add them. it's not going to give you that number. It's going to just add both of them as string. It will not convert them as number. But when you want to do something like you want to multiply, or you want to subtract, or you want to divide, it's going to convert them into a number. Okay, so now let's talk about there's another type. Let's see this as a number. Let's change them both to numbers. Let's also change this to a number as well. We can take this off. Okay, let's talk about some method of numbers. Method of numbers. Let's talk about the pass int and pass float. Let's talk about the pass int. This is assuming this is let's say 3.78. This is a number. Let me take this now. I think I will need to remove this. Okay, let's just call this is a number. Okay, if I bring it here, undo, and I will do dot pass int. This is a number. Supposed to show that stuff complete. Okay, sorry guys, it's going to take sorry, this is supposed to be pass int. It takes in a parameter. This is a number. See what's going to happen. So now I'm trying to use the pass int. It's a number method. I'm trying to use this pass int. I'm passing this number, this 6.83638. I'm passing it into this pass int. Okay, see what is going to happen, that is going to give us a whole number, an integer. It's going to return an integer. And if this also takes, if this is a string, let me convert this number into a string. It's also going to return a whole number. Pass int takes in a string and return is at the whole number. Okay, then what happens is that if it's if I put something like, let's shift this and put another number. Let's see what happens. It's going to ignore that second one. It's going to ignore the second one. That is where the pass float comes in. If you look, if it's pass float is going to return. Pass float is going to return the number in both the string that you are passing into that pass float. It will return the number and the decimals. Look at it, it's going to return the decimals as well. Okay, so now if you assume, okay, this number as well, if you want to use something like to fixed, there's a number method called to fixed. If we use the number method to fixed, what do you expect is going to return to us? Let me show you something. I think we should do that here. Let's bring this number, return this here, and do dot to I'm trying to pass this thing to let's use it inside the console. This is not, remove this. Remove this. This is actually a string. Sorry guys, this is actually a string. Let me remove this. Oh. I want to remove that string. Yeah. So now, if you watch what I did before, I was trying to use this on a string. It doesn't work. So use it on a number. So let me put, it takes in a parameter. I'm going to say this is, look at this is a number. It has decimals. So I'm going to tell this number, I'm going to say this number should end with only 2 decimal. Let me show you something now. So if you come to our console, you see that we are console logging only 6.84. We're only console logging 6.84. Why? Because we are using the to fixed. we are telling it stop at this so number. Okay, we also have other types like to precision and some of them again. So if I say now to 3, you see that you are going to have 6.836. It's going to look at it 6.836. Okay, if you want to work with money figure, it's very good to use the dot fixed to fixed, because you can easily say return only to 2 decimal places. Look at it. That's where we can have your even where we can have our cents in dollar and naira, and the kobo in naira. So again, let's talk about I want us to talk about, let's talk about what we call the math object in JavaScript. Let me console log all of this. Let's talk about the math object. Math. So what does this math do in JavaScript? We have a lot of methods in JavaScript math. If you want to return a random number, let's say you want to just call a random number that will just return anything, a number that you call it to return anything, you use the math. That is called the math.random. Let me show you. Let's assign it to a variable. Let's number math equals to math. Look at the, if you see the method there, it starts with uppercase. The math starts with uppercase dot random, and you call it. If I call it here, and if I console log this, if I should console log this, it will get a random number that starts. What this math random does is that it returns a number from the value of 0 to 1. 1 is exclusive. 1 is not included in the response, but 0 to 1, but 1 is excluded. Let me write something here. Maths dot random returns I will need to returns a number value from 0 to 1. 1 is excluded. So what does this mean? 1 is excluded. I will say here 1 is, let me comment this so that it will not throw. 1 is excluded. What this means that it can return 0.0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.3, 0.999, but it will not return 1. That's what it means. But if you want to also make it to return 1, there's a way to do it. I will also show us. That's where we use the math.flow and the math.seal, the math. Other ones, other of them. So let me show you now. If I console this, see what we are going to get. You see 0. If I should reload this now, we'll get another number 0.9 again. Reload this again, we'll get another number. You see, you reload this again, we'll get another number. It will continue to return unique numbers. 0. Look at it. It returns unique numbers. So if I want it to return up to 1. Let's say I want this to return from undo. I want it to return up to 10. See what's going to happen is it will continue to return 8 or 1 point up to 10, because we are using multiply. We are trying to multiply this, the response of that, with 11. Remember the last one, the extra one, that one that is not included. So let me show you something. Now, if the way this number is returning decimals, if you want to cut off these decimals, how do you do it? That's when we have the math.flow. Let me show you something. Let me show you the math.flow. We'll cut this and say math.flow. Okay, first of all, let me remove this so that I will just show you. Look at it, it's going to return 0. It will continue to return 0. Do you know why? Because math.flow is just like what the approximation in mathematics is going to. It's just like approximation, but Math.flow only rounds the number down. So in this case, our random number is returning only number from 0 point, which is not up to 1. So it's going to round it down. The decimals is going to round whatever, whether it's up to 5 or not. If the decimal is up to 5, the value of 5 or not, which in normal mathematics, when it's up to 5, you are going to round it up to the nearest whole number. Or if it's below 5, here we are going to round it down to the okay, let's talk about the round. There's a method called math.round. Let me show you. I think that will help us to understand it very quickly. So in this case, this math.random is going to return a number value from 0 points with the decimals, which will not be up to 1. So what math.random does, math.random rounds the decimal, that is the whole number with the decimal, the decimal number, it returns it acts like the approximation in mathematics. If the decimal, the first digit in the decimal is up to 5, which we order in our mathematics, it will round it up to the whole number, to the nearest whole number. If it's below 5, it's going to round it down to the nearest whole number. So let me show you. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to tell this math.random. You remember what math.random already does. So I'm going to say multiply by 10. In this case, remember that the next number is going to give us a number value from 1 to 9. 10 is not included. 10 is not included. So now what I'm telling this, I'm saying whatever you are getting, multiply it, the random you are getting, multiply it with 10. So now I'm going to round it from the response. Okay, if I remove this, the response will be like from 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 4 points up to 9, but it's not going to give us 10 points because 10 is not included. Now I'm going to use the math.round, which will add like the approximation and round any decimal figure that you're getting to the nearest whole number. So now let's come here. This is giving us 1. I'll reload again, it give us 6. I'll reload again, it give us 4. I'll reload it again, it give us 5. Reload it again, it will give us 6 again. Reload it again to give us 8. It will never give us 10 because 10 is not included. It will never give us 10. Watch. It will never give us 10. So now, assuming you want to get 10, what are you going to do? You can just come here and add plus 1. In this case now, we can now get 10. We can now have access to 10. Let's just reload that. Let's keep reloading. Let's keep reloading. It will give, yes, you see that we just had 10. We just got 10. Okay, we added, this is 10 and we added plus 1. Okay, that's why it returned 11. So now you can see what the math.round does. So now if I remove this again, let me quickly show you again what this math.round does. If I write something like 5.99999, what do you expect? Please put down your answer on the comment section. Let's see what are you expecting, what the response is. So if you come here, it's going to give us 6. Look at it, because in mathematics normally this acts like the approximation. It's going to round this. The decimal here, the first decimal is up to 5 and greater than 5. So it's going to round this to the nearest whole number, which you already know in our mathematics. So now if I say this is 0.4, it's going to round it down to 5 to the nearest whole number. Okay, so there's another one called the math.flow. We have already talked about flow, but I thought let me explain it again. Math.flow, what math.flow does that is just it rounds down any number you are giving to it that has the decimal. That decimal, it's going to round down that figure to the lowest, not the up, down. Let's say here it's going to just give us 5. Look at it, it's giving us 5 already. So even if you have 5.9, it doesn't care about that. It's going to give us 5. That's what it does. And there's another one called the seal. The seal, math.seal. What math.seal does is that it rounds the decimal to up. It rounds it up. It's going to give us 6. Even if you put it 5.1, or 5.2, which is supposed to be, in mathematics, it's supposed to be 5, but it's going to round it up. That's what the C does. Is look at it. You see? So now there's another one called the math.trunc. The math.trunc, what is it going to do? It's going to return just the whole number. That's what it does. Just going to return the whole number. Okay? This is some of the things you can do with the JavaScript numbers. And again, there's what we call the infinity and the negative infinity. We have what we call the infinity and negative infinity. Let me do this. Infinity and the negative infinity number. This infinity number is just like a large number that is the outside the scope of a normal decimal. Like is too large. It's too large. That's what we call it, the infinity. When you define the number that is out of the scope of numbers, it will give you infinity. Okay, so now I want us to also talk about let's go into the JavaScript array. Welcome you guys to array. Let's talk about the array now. Okay, so array is a very good topic in JavaScript, like others as well. So now let's start talking about the array. And I want us to understand how you can identify the array. When you see an array, how do you identify an array? So if you look at this, let me console. This is let r equals to. When you want to define array, how do you know that this is an array? With the square brackets, this will tell you that this is an array. A variable that is enclosed with a data that is enclosed with a square bracket is called an array. An array can contain every type of data. It can contain the number, it can contain the string, it can contain the object, it can also contain array of itself, it can contain the boolean. Okay, so let me quickly show you. I know we have talked about this in our previous course, but now I want to break it down. So this is tempo and this is a string. This is a string. This one true is a boolean. This is 8 is a number. And let's put down an object. This is an object. Remember the way we declare an object, they pay the property and the value. The value is what? My name is what? Tempo. Or let me call that's my last name. So now if you check this, and it can as well contain another array. Remember to put your comma. Contain another array. So this is an array. Okay, array is used to store different data variables. Okay, so now if you how do you start accessing these arrays? That's one thing you are going to ask. How do you start accessing these arrays in JavaScript? Now if array uses what we call the index. The index it counts from 0. The index here is 0, 1, 2, 3. It counts from 0. This tempo here is 0, 1, 2. This is 3 and this is 4. So the length of this array is what now? Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5, but the index ends with 4. So now let me show you something. How do you if you want to access accessing arrays? If you want to access this array, let's console log. Console log. I know you don't get tired. You don't have to be tired of console log. That's a very good way to learn programming or JavaScript mostly. Like Python uses the print, but JavaScript uses the console log. You don't need to because you use it every day. It's something you have to get used with. So now let me show you. If you say r.r, remember it uses the index. The index 0 will return what? It will return this first one. That is tempo. Look at the tempo. So if you go again and say return index 1, is going to return which one? True. That's the boolean value that we have here. If you say index, let's say index 3, is going to return that object that we have. Look at it, the object. You see? So now if you want to, like in JavaScript, if you want to like access all of this at once, I don't think is efficient for you to start writing all of this index 1, index 2, index 3, index all of this 1 or 0 to get each of them. it doesn't make much sense. It's not efficient in programming. So there's a way called the array iteration, which you can use to iterate and get each of these data in one single line of code. Okay, so let me show you again. If you want to get the length, of this array, what are you going to do? You are going to write the array.length property. You are not going to put the curly braces, the parentheses there. So if you just call this r.length, it's going to give you the length. The length is 5. Okay, so there's another method called the toString. If you want to convert this array to string, if you want to convert it to string, let's say you want to convert this to string, it's going to convert this array to string. Look at it. All of this is going to, and it will turn this object. This is an object. Let's remove it. So this is going to turn all of that into a string. Okay. So why it gave us that object there? Because we are trying to convert an object into a string. So now, if we convert this array into a string, it's just going to turn this into a string. And there's another method also called the .join. The join method. The join method, it will convert this array and it accepts some parameters which you can use. You see, the separator, we call it the separator. Okay, so now let's also look at the type of if you want to get type of an array. Let's say this array. What is the type of an array? Array is an object. Yes, array is an object. Yes, it's an object. But if you want to find out that this array, what is this array? Is this array and is it like, if you get an array, normally if you say, okay, let me show you something. If you say type of R, it will tell you that this is an object, because array is an object. Look at it, object. Okay, because we are trying to get the type of this in array. We are trying to get that type of array in JavaScript. It's going to show us that this is an array. It's going to show that this is a type of object. So now again, if you want to find out truly what is this, how do I know that this is an array? Because object is the other object, and this array is showing your object as well. So let me show you. There's something we'll call the sorry guys, undo. The R dot is array. You pass in the array that you want to confirm if it's array or not. If it's array, it will tell you yes, this is an array. So we are writing this array dot is array. We are passing this array. It will now give us true that this is an array. And if I go here and put something like let's say let me call this and say number. If I check if it's array, it's going to give us false. It's not an array. So this is how you can find out if you start working with a project. If you start working on a project and you are fetching data from a backend, you don't know what the data really means, and you want to check the type of data. This is an array. What you are going to do is use the array dot is array. Then you pass in the array that you want to use. Because if you use the type of on array, it's going to return. It's going to give you that this array is an object. So this is a very beautiful way you can get the type of an array. So now if you want to add again, there's a way called if you want to start adding items into your array, there's what we call the array method. So let's talk about some of the array method. We have the first one we are going to talk about is the array.push. Array.push. And what does this array.push means? It's going to add new array. It's going to add a new item into our array. So it takes in a parameter. The first parameter is what you are going to add. The array, the item you want to push in, like the way you call it R. The R there is our array data, is the array variable. So now we are trying to push in a new item into that array. So let me write programming. Let me just write a developer. I have pushed in this. If I try to console log, R, which is our array, you will see that now we have this develop pushed into this place. Let me see now what happened. You see that it has pushed in that developer into that array. You see, it has pushed in that developer into. If I put another one, and what the push does, the push adds a new item at the very end of the array. So let me add a new one. Coding. So here I'll have this coding. It's going to push in that coding here. It will start from the end. Okay. So now you are going to ask, what if we want to remove the last one? There's another method called the pop. The pop pops out the last. The pop pops out the last. It pops out the last item on the array. It's going to pop up that. Look at it. It has popped out that developer. It's going to pop up that. It just popped out that developer. It's going to remove it. Now, as well, let me show you something. Let's pop equals to this. Now the pop or the push, the pop when it pops out something. Sorry, not the push, the pop. When it pops out something, that means you have removed it. It's going to return that item as a new array. That's what I'm just trying to show you about, because it has modified the original array. It has cut off, it has removed that last array. The pop only pops out the last item on the array. So let me show you. There's another one called. So if you check here, I just console this pop. I have assigned this into a variable. Then I've just console it, and I'll have that mine is an array. So now let me show you. There's another one called the shift and the shift. If you want to add a new array from the beginning, you are going to use the unshift. And if you want to remove an array from the beginning as well, if you want to remove, you're going to use the shift. We'll have the shift and the unshift. So let me show you guys. If I say unshift, so this is, let's call this shift R, so that the data name is going to make sense. So now this is unshift. This unshift means add this developer at the very beginning of this array. So if you come here now, you see that if I what is happening? What are we consolidating? Let me see. Are we doing okay, let's just, okay, I'm trying to consolidate it's supposed to be the R. So now this is R dot unshift. I'm trying to unshift. You see, the unshift will add. Unshift will add. It will add that developer at the very beginning of that array. So if you come here and do again shift, remember I have the unshift and the shift. If you do the shift will pop out that. It will remove that one we have here. Look at it. It's going to remove that tempo, because we are just using this now. It's going to pop out that tempo. It's going to remove that tempo. If I console it, it's going to show us what we have popped out, which is tempo. Look at it here, tempo. So now if you come again, we have just talked about how to add and remove arrays, remove items from an arrays. So now let me show you something. There's another thing I want us to talk about. Okay, let's talk about the we have talked about the length, we have talked about the push and shift and unshift. Okay, there's another method called the flattering. Let's write a two different array. Okay, let's talk about the flattering first. Assuming that I have, let me take this off. I want to do something. I want to talk about the flat method. If you write something like, what the flat method does is that, let me show you. If this array contains two arrays, tempo. I'm trying to make this course to be very simple. you all will understand it. So let me say developer. I don't want to just start coding on my own and running speed. No, my joy is that the people watching this course is understanding and they are getting something from it. That's my joy. So I'll write coding. I'll come here as well, right? Let's say training. So now if I console log this now, let me console log this. You see what you're going to, I want to show you something. We are going to get array that is inside an array. So if you want to you want to spread this out, like you want to unmask that those in-depth array, those array that is nested, we call it nested arrays. If you want to unmask them, like we want to unmask, what are you going to do now? You are going to just like say that r.flat is going to spread, is going to unmask them. You see now that we'll have access to those arrays that are inside because we have used the flat method in array. Okay, so now I want us to also go and talk about the splice. Let me remove this. I want us to talk about the splice method in array. Assuming you have this, let's say temple again. I like to use my name. Okay, let's say your name. Okay, then we'll say coding. What does the splice do? The splice helps us to splice out items from an array. Let me show you. R.splice, and the splice takes in parameters. It takes in two parameters. See here, I'm going to say start from 0. The first parameter it is going to take is start from 0 and end at we are at 2. So let's console log it and see what you are going to get. So now if you come here, you are going to see that it has spliced this and returned a new array, the tempo and your name. So here now, if you check, you see that here is index 0 and here is index 1. This is index 2. It's telling this splice cut off from index 1 to 2 and don't add this one, this coding. This coding is at index 2. You say don't add the index 2. Is not index 2 is not included. We just use it at the end. This parameter is where it's going to start and this is the end, and the end is not included. Okay, slice out an object. Let me show you something. It takes in two parameters as well. So if I say now, I'm going to tell it at the index 2, that's this first parameter is the position. I'm going to tell it we are adding how many objects. We want to add 2 extra items. Then it takes in 3 parameters. The first one is the position. The second one is the number, the length of the item you want to remove or add. Then the third one is the item you want to add. So I'm going to tell it add like add likes and favorites. So if we are to console log this again, let me take this out. Let me take this out. If I console log the R, you see we are going, it just added those ones because we say at the index 2 from the position 2. From the position 2, add only 2 items. And if we say if we want the r.sort, let's talk about the r.sort. It is going to sort our items according to the alphabetical order. Okay, so if you want to sort a string, you need to convert your string into an array, then sort it with the sort method. Okay, so now I want us to talk about the array iterations. Let's go to iterations. What are these array iterations? We have the array map, array.map, we have the array.filter, we have the array.reduce, we have the array.forEach, and we have the for of. So now let's start coding them and say r.map the map takes in a callback. It takes in a callback function. It takes in a function. Okay, so we can say r. Okay, so now say this. Now say return this. Let's console log the r and see what we are going to get. Console log the r. Oh, we don't have any other console log. So look at this now. This r.map is going to return each of these items. Okay, this is the way to iterate over your array, so that you don't need to start going. You don't need to start doing r dot index 0, index this, index 1, 2, 3. Okay, or index 0. You don't do that. Okay, so now if you come here, this is r dot map is returning each of these, and also have the I can as well say the r that is returning multiplied by 2. Okay, sorry, this is not a number. I thought it's a number, guys. Sorry, it's not a number. I thought it's a number. Okay, let's turn this to numbers. Let's turn this array to numbers. Let's call this 2, 6, 1, 9. Let's say 15 or 17. So now if we check this, it's going to return each of those numbers, and I can say something like multiply by 2. It's going to multiply each of those numbers by 2. So now let's talk about the filter method. Let's talk about the filter method. The filter method, we can say something like, we can just say return r. Return r if r is modulus, that is the if r is divided by 2, if the remainder is 0, then let's pass this into a variable. Let result equals to, and this will now be let console log result. It will return a new array that passes the text. So what I'm checking here, I'm checking the ones that are even numbers. Okay, so the filter, what the filter does is that the filter works with a condition. It checks here any one that is that when divided by 2, the remainder is 0, which is the even number. Any number divided by 2 is an even number. It will now return those ones in a new array. And I can also check array that is equals to 2. If I say something like r, remember the r is each of this. If I say r equals to 2, it will only return the only one that is equals to 2, the one that which is only the first one. If I say equals to 6 or 17, it will return only ones that are equals to 17. Look at it. Okay, if I add another 17 here, you see that we also have we have 2 now. You see, so the filter method works with a condition. When if the r, look, this r is each of this, it's returning each of this, that's the r there. If it meets this, if it passes this test, it will return it. So now let's talk about the for each. Undo. Let's talk about the for each. The for each also it's as similar like the map. Let's console log r. It will return each of these. You see, so it doesn't return a new array. It doesn't return a new array. It's just return each of these. And what we are having this undefined here because of is we are not using the return key. That's why we have that undefined there. But we will just return in each of these on its own. It doesn't return a new array. It doesn't return a new array. The for each doesn't return a new array. Okay, so let's also look at the for of. let's look at the for of this for we'll declare a variable. We'll say r of r. We'll put our curly braces here. Then we want to console log each of these. Let's cut this stuff and put it here. We want to console log each of those r. It will give us, look at it, it will also return each of these, each of those words. It return each of it. This is 2 because it's 17, 17. It will return each of these. This doesn't return a new array. It returns just the items. You see, it returns just the item only. Okay. So now let me also show you. I think that is what we have on our array. Okay, now we are going to talk about the JavaScript object. Let's comment all of this. Let's talk about the object. Object is a very big. Let's talk about the objects. Obj equals to. So if you want to declare an object in JavaScript, how do you know that this is an object? You use the curly braces. Then you will say my name is what? Tempo, like the way we treated it in our first course, tempo. Okay, you now say, if I console log this now, you have the array console log. You get the array. Then let me also put another one, occupation. I want to show you how to occupation. Undo. Occupation is what? Developer. So now you see that we have this array here now, this object here now. So how do you start accessing? How do you access each of these? If you want to get each of these, you can do the dot name. It will return just that tempo. Okay, just the same thing with dot occupation. Now if this array, likewise the objects, they are mutable. What do you mean by mutable? You can modify them. If I say object dot name is equals to, let me write it down here. If I say obj dot name is equals to arrays, that's my middle name. If I say arrays now, you see that it's going to, if I console log this here, it's going to give us arrays. And if I console log the object on this one too, it's going to change that tempo to arrays. You see it. This is how to modify our array. And if you want to get each of this array, you can use what you call the for of the, you can use the for in. Let's put another one. Let's call it stack. You can say I'm a main stack developer. Okay, so if let's remove this, so I don't need to start modifying that object again. So if you do something like if you add, I want us to talk about the for in. So if I say var, or you can use the let as well, let key in obj, then I'll come out here and do, if I console log, let me use this one, so I've done time. Let's run quicker. I will console log the keys. What is the key going to return to us? The key is going to return only these keys, the name, occupation, and style. That's what it is going to return. Look at it, on name, occupation, and style is like the way it's named it. These are the keys, and these are the that is the key. This is the property, and this is the value. So the key is going to return the property only. So now if I come here, if I want to get both of them, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to say the obj, I'll use the square bracket and put key. Undo. So now it's going to return the values, tempo, developer, and the bot. If I also want to return, let me show you something now. There's another way to access our array, our object. Let me show you. If you come here and say obj, use the square bracket and call the name and say name. No, you have to put it in a quotation mark. If I console log this now, if I should console log this down, if I should console log this log, it will give us the name, which is tempo. Look at its tempo. Okay, so now what let me remove this. What I'm just going to show you now again, I just want to show you why we use this obj, then we put the key. The key returns these keys. And remember, with the key, if you don't do dot, I know you'll be thinking, what if we do object dot key, which will give us the no. Don't do, if you're using the for in loop, don't use the key. Don't use the dot. Sorry, don't use the dot object dot. Use the object with the square brackets. Okay. So now, let me also show you another way to access your object. You can say something. There is another object. Let me put this in a variable. Let's result. Let obj results equals to object. We have the object method object dot increase. Object dot increase. You pass in the obj, which is our object. Let's comment this out. Log. If I should console log this object result, if I should log this undo, okay, this is not what you want. Object result. If I console log this now, it's going to give us this object back. Let me show you. It will be in form of an array. It will return the name and those properties. So now, if I say something like object.values, we have talked about this in the other alphabet. Object.values is going to return only the values, and it will be an array. Okay. So let's continue. Let's move ahead. Let's move ahead, guys. We have talked about the iteration. We have talked about how to access the there's another way you can use to create an object. Let's say, let me create an object const. Let me call it this now. Person. I can say this. I can just declare this as an empty object. Then I will now say, let's see. You're not trying to create the class. We'll say person. Remember, object has a lot of properties and a method in it. This, I'm trying to make this a beginner's course. I don't want to, there are some part of it I wouldn't want to touch so that you don't get confused. I would like us to learn from the basics so that you'll be able to climb up. But I don't want to go into some of the advanced object method like the construct and the rest of that. But I think I will still, let me just do it. I'll quickly show you that. So if I do person dot name, I want to add person dot category equals to school. The category here is school. If I console log this person, console log person, let me know. Once I'm done with any of this, I like to comment them so that it doesn't give us error. If I console log this person, if I should console, you see that we are going to get that school. We are going to, it has just created a new array, it's just created a new object for us. Okay, so now if we also want to continue to, I remember that we created an empty object, then we will now use the dot method to add a new prompt inside it. Okay, so let me also show you another thing. You can as well use the new method there. Okay, let me show you. Let me copy this. I want to copy this. I want to show you the method. There's what we call method. There's what we call method. Let me show you what is called method in JavaScript. The object method. Let me show you guys. Undo, we don't need that there. So now the method is like a function. Let me call it full name, or let me call it full name. The method is like a function that you bring in. Let's say so we can say something like, let's console log the name. Let's say this dots name. Then if I want to call this, how do you think that will call? If I want to call this is like a function, it's called method. If I want to call it now, we'll say obj dot full name. Remember to put your bracket. It's going to give us tempo, because look at what happened here. We are using this keyword. This is keyword. This keyword is pointing at this object. To take this is pointing at this object. This is the way the method is used in object. I can say another one. I'll just like put a comma and say like this dot occupation. It will still point to that occupation. Look at it, as console logged it to point at that occupation. Okay, it will just point to this occupation. This is what method is doing. And there's another one called the get. We have the get. Let's leave the get and the set for now, so that it doesn't confuse you. But for now, just understand what the method is. I'll make another video for the object set and get method, okay, so that it doesn't confuse you. I want to make this course a complete beginners full course, so that there are things I wouldn't like to start talking about, so that it doesn't confuse you, because JavaScript is kind of tricky. So now this is the method. You can write a function inside your object and call it the way we call normal for you. Remember, you point at the object, then do dot. Then this is this keyword. What does this keyword do? This keyword is pointing at this object. It's point at this object. If I console log this key, if I say let's do something. If I console log this, let's just console log only that this. See what's up? It's pointing, it's calling that object again. It's pointing at that object. It's pointing at that object. Remember, when you want to use this method, don't use arrow function here. Don't use arrow function, because arrow function will give you issue using this keyword, because this keyword in arrow function will point at the global object. Don't use this. Don't use arrow function here. Okay, so now the key, I just console log this keyword, and you see that it's pointing at this object. So if I say dot occupation, it will just give us the occupation. Look at it. Okay, are we together? It will just give us the occupation. Now let me also show you something. There's something we call the destructuring in object and array. I want to talk about the destructuring and spread. No, let's just talk about the destructuring. Okay, let's talk about the destructuring now. This is destructuring. Let me say, I'll create a new object and say name equals to name. I'll say temple again. I love my name. Let's make it lowercase to be nice. Redo. Then we'll say something like stack again. I'm a full stack developer, so we'll say something like country. I'm a Nigerian. Oh, redo. I'm a Nigerian. Okay. So let me teach you what destructuring means. If you want to get this, if you want to access each of these data, each of these objects, and you don't want to use the oh, I didn't give this name, obj2. If you want to access this and you don't want to use the object dot name, let me show you what destructuring is kind of like to unpack the data in your object or array. You can use the destructuring in the array and the object. So let me show you the syntax of destructuring. You say name, comma, stack, comma, country, so if you say this is obj2, what do you think that will happen? Just I want you to take 2 seconds and think. Just take 2 seconds and think. Okay, so I'm sure by now you have your answer. So now look at this. Now we have unpacked this. This name is representing this data, this stack is representing this, and this country is representing this. Undo stack, undo country. So you see that we have each of these data, temple, full stack, and the Nigerian. We have each of these here. This is what we call the destructuring. This is what we call the destructuring. We have destructured this. We have just like unpacked this data. We have access to them again. You can use it in your code now. We have access to them. So let me also show you what we call the rest. There's what we call the rest operator. In case you want to get each of these, you can do dot rest obj. This rest is going to return the rest of this, and it will be an array. Let me show you. Look at it. The first one is the temple, then it returns this. Oh, sorry, this is an object. So it will be an object. It is returning this as a new object. This is an object. Okay, if it's an array, it will be it will return the rest of this as a new object. So you cannot as well do like dot stack, and it will give you dot stack. Oh no. Here, undo. This I wanted to do it here. Dot stack. It will not give you that exact one, the full stack. Okay, so if you come again, this is the rest. We are talking about the rest operator here. So let me not just do something that will confuse you. We have talked about the destructuring. Let me undo it again so that we have the destructuring back. So now I want us to talk about the JavaScript dates. In an object, remember there are what we call the construct and the set and the getters, but I don't want us to talk about that so that I don't confuse us with some of the things we have learned, because I'm trying to make this to be a beginner's course. Okay, so I will provide a new video solely for some of this. So now let's talk about the JavaScript date. How do you access? Let me do console log. How do you write date in JavaScript? New date. You do this. This date is going to give us the full date, the minute, the second, the everything about the date in my look at it here. Friday, January 07, West Africa. It's going to show me everything. So if I want this now, like I can do, there are methods to this. I can do like dot to string local time, and I'll call this. It will give me the exact time, the exact time in my place. Look at it, which is 11:41. So now I want us to talk about the date in full details. Let me console log something. You can use it and also prepare a little clock. Let me show you something. Let's current date. At the end of this, we'll create a little project, the clock. This, let's call this a current date. Current date. I'll call new date. Is an object. This is an object. So now this new date, we have assigned this current date. We have assigned the JavaScript object, the JavaScript date object into that current date variable. So now I want us to get the current time, the current minute, the hour, the month, and the year. So if you want to get the year, how do you get it? Remember, this current date is bearing our current date. You can say, let's start from second. Let's call it seconds. Then we'll just run it down. Current date dot. It has a get second. It has get second. Remember to call it. So if I console log this now, it will give me this the second in our date. If I console log, look at what's here. 46 seconds. If I refresh this again, like 49 seconds. Refresh it again, 51 seconds. It's counting. So now let's also get the minute. So we also have a property called the get minute. Let's get the hour. Hours. This will give us the hour. Let's get the, we have gotten the seconds, minutes, hours. Let's get day. This also has a property of get day. This is get day. It's different from get date. Get day. Let's month. Let's call it month. We are going to get the get month. Okay. So year. Look, let's also add the year. Get year. Get full year. Okay. So now look at this. If I should console log any or each of these, let's console log the minute and see what you have. Undo. Copy here. Console log this minute. Okay, we have an issue here. There's a mistake there. Get hour. That didn't get correctly. So let's console log the minutes. 44 minutes. We are still in 44 minutes. We are still in 44 minutes. That's the minutes. We can console log the hour. The hour also give us just that hour. The hour will just give us that hour. You see, to just give us that hour. Okay? To just give us only that hour. That's 11th hour. The date. I want to show you something about the date. The day. The day is giving us 5th. 5th. What is the 5th means Friday. The 5th means today is Friday. The 5th means Friday. JavaScript is the 7. It comes from the index of 0. So let me show you something. Let me show you something. If you want to get, you say +1. It will give you the exact 6, which is the weekday. The 6 represents the Friday. You know, we have 7 days in a week, so it's counting from the 0. That's the way it starts from. Even the month in JavaScript, we have from 0 to 11. It's not from 1 to 12. We have from 0 to 11. In weeks, we have from 0 to 6. Okay, so now let me show you. We are in the 7th month of the year. If I console log month, see what's going to happen. It's going to give us 6. It's going to give us 6. Look at it. So you have to add in month. You have to add +1 because JavaScript is counting from 0. You check. Look at it. That will now have the 7. So the year. Let's check the year and see what we are getting. 2023. The year will return where it will give you the 2023. Okay, no. Now I want us to talk about, there's something we call the set timeout in JavaScript. Let's talk about what's called the set timeout. Set timeout. We have the set timeout, we have the set interval, we have the clear interval. Okay, so now let's talk about the set timeout. It takes in a callback. We'll talk about what is callback. And this, you add the let's say 2 seconds. JavaScript counts to this 2000 means 2000 milliseconds. It means 2 seconds. So I'm going to say in 2 seconds time, console log this, console log this is set timeout. In 2 seconds, console log this is set timeout. So what is going to do here? Let's remove this again and start. So in 2 seconds time, if you come here, nothing will happen. It will count 2 seconds less. Once it counts, let's reload this again and start counting. Nothing will happen. 1, 2. Look at it. And immediately 2 seconds, it will log that console. Okay, let's increase it to 5. And let's reload. Let's reload. You start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And immediately at 5, it's console log that. So what it does is that this set timeout takes in a callback. This function will just pass as a callback. You can as well write this function in this pattern and say something. We use the arrow function here. We can remove this and also say something like we use the function. It will still work. This is it takes in this function as a callback. Remember that callback is when you are passing a function into another function. When you pass the function as an argument inside as an argument, it's called it's known as a callback. So now let's do this again. You see, it will still work. Let's reload. Do you have any problem? Yeah, this is a function. No, there's no problem. I think my system is not delayed. So now it will count 5 seconds and log that response. You see it once it counts 5, it will log that. It will log it out. So there's another one called the set time in the set interval. Let's talk about the set interval. It just looks like this. Let me copy this. And let's call the set interval. So what does set interval do? Set interval is going to run every second of this. Is going to run. See, what is going to happen here is what is going to happen here is that it's taking this. Okay, let me call this set interval. It's going to console log this at every interval of 1 second, repeatedly, like continuously. Let's see what happens. You see, it's logging this every 1 second. You see, every 1 second is logging this. Every 1 second is logging this. Every 1 second is logging this. Are you seeing it? It will continue like that. It will never stop unless we use what we call the clear interval. Let me assign this into a variable. Let me show you how to use the clear. Let's call it just clear. Clear int. Just start now. So now you see it's still running. It's still running. So now if you want to stop it, how do you stop it? You have to call the clear interval. There's what we call the clear interval. If you call it, you pass in that variable, it will stop. It will not run again, it will stop, because this returns an ID and it takes this ID and call this clear interval. It will stop this. So let me remove this again. It will continue again. You see, it will continue again. So now I want us to do something. I want us to quickly create a little function. I want us to create a little function that will, let's create something here. This is function. Yes, I want us to create a little project, a clock. Okay, so now this we'll call this function what? clock. Let's call it clock. So now we are going to get the date. Let's copy all of this. We just need only the second, the hours, and we don't need the date. Just need only of this. Let's copy this one. Undo. We don't. Okay. Undo. Let's copy the current date as well. Remember that this is a function. I want us to create a date. Let's comment all of this. So I want us to do something. Let current time equals to. So now if you watch here, what I want to do is I want to create a function that will call that will get each of these. Okay, so when each of these is let me just show you. Let me add the second. I want to concatenate the second. I want to concatenate each of them plus the minute plus the hours. I'll write this project together. Hours. Okay, so now if I should return this, I want to return this, or let me console log it. Console log current this. So we have gotten the dates here. We have the seconds, we have the minutes, we have the hours. I want to show you what's going to happen. So what I want to do now is to this function, I want to call it inside. Now we don't need this again. I want to remove all of this. And what are we going to do here now? Undo. Let's remove this first. Now we don't need this. Let's just call that function inside here. This is a setInterval. Let's call that function here now. See what happens. It will every second it will call this function. This function is getting the second, the minutes, and the hours, and we are adding this. Let's add space here. Let's add space, and as well let's add space here too. Okay, so now I'm taking each of these, I'm console logging this. Let's see what happened. So we got the dates, we get the second and the minutes, the hours from the dates, and we are trying to add all of them inside this current time. Then we are console logging this current time, which will display the full time. Now we call this function every 1 second. It will recall again. Let's see what happened. I think the hour is supposed to be first. The hour is supposed to come first before the hour will come here, the minute, then the second will not come. Okay, so this is our time. If you see here, this is our time. So it's just console logging this. This is our time. This is if you check my clock from my side, this is my current time. Now see, I want us to do a little project. I want this to return a response. Let's say I want to create a little project. Let me go to where we have our clock. Let's remove this. Okay, this is p tag. We can call it clock. Let's put it inside a div. Let's put it inside a div. Let's give it a class of let's give it an ID of a clock container. Okay, so now if you come here, we'll just write a simple h1 and call it this is clock project. Okay, so now this is clock project. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a simple let's write another h1 so that it will be big enough. Here we can see it clearly. So this will be empty. Let's give it an ID of clock. So let's go to our web page. If you come to our web page now, you see that, let me close this. Our web page, if you come here, you see that this is just an empty stuff. Okay, we just have this clock project. This is clock project. This is clock project. So now if let me go to our, after this we'll talk about the DOM. Let me get that, let me bring in that let's clock tag equals to, or let's call it clock HTML, so that you understand what you do. Document, this is supposed to be small letter, no, document dot get element by ID. Remember, I will call it what do we call it? Clock, right? I'll call it clock. Let's check again and be sure. We called it clock. So now we have gotten clock. What we are trying to do now, we are trying to take the response of this. Let's console. Let's comment this out. We are trying to take this. We will now say the value of inner HTML. We are trying to check the inner HTML of that clock HTML in equals to. We are trying to assign this result we are getting from our clock into this clock now. So see what we have gotten all our dates here. So we have assigned this date inside this current time. So we want to take this current time and put it inside this clock HTML. Look at the clock HTML is an h4 tag. Look at it. So is empty here, but here we are saying once this function run, pass this inside this. So let's go to our date. You see what's happening? We have our time there. You see our time is, you look at it, this is our time. And the clock is moving. The clock, this is our little clock. Let's style it a little. Let's just put let's give it a little style. Let's style it and says border. Let's give it a border of 12 pixel. Let's give it a border radius of 12 pixel. We need to add border to it first. We need to also refine. Let's add a border of 5 pixel dotted black, or let's give it blue. Oh. You see what's happening? Let's make our CSS to look good, and let's give it a width of, so it's not be too large. Let's make it a width of 200 pixel. Let's give it a width of 200 pixel. So here you can see that our clock is working fine. That is what we can do with the set interval. Okay, we can as well refine our clock to look very good. Okay, I want us to talk about the var keyword, the left keyword, and the const keyword. We use, if you watch very well, you see that we have been using some of these keywords to declare our variables and the functions and all of that. So now let me explain what var means. Var, let me show you what var does. Var is different from let, and let is different from const. They're all different from each other. But var and let have a kind of some similarity, but they're different. So let me declare a variable, mine first var. If I say this is a var, and if I come here, let me console log this. Now come here and copy, and I'll do this here. If I console log this now, if I come here, you see that this is a var. We have just console logged this, and I can redeclare this the way it is. I can redeclare it now and say this is, let me change the value of this one. This is another var. This is another var. Okay, if I say this is another var, I've redeclared this function. It's not going to throw error. You see that the variable name are the same. Everything is the same, but I've just redeclared. I've changed the data. That's the string. I've just updated the string, but it's still there. But normally, if you use this in let or const, it's going to throw error in JavaScript. But look at the var. It's not giving us an issue. It just quietly updated the variable that I'll have without throwing error. You cannot use this in JavaScript TypeScript, or you cannot use it in let. You cannot use it in const. It will throw an error. So what var does is that var, you can redeclare var and you can reassign var. That's what var does. Now let me show you. This is var. Let me show you something with let. Let me show you something with let. And I'll come here and say var. If I come here now and say let, this is let, this is let. I'll teach us about JavaScript naming variable. This is let. If I say this is let now, and I'll come, let me console log this. I think we need to comment this now. If I say this is let, okay, and I'll come here and say this is let, all right, I cannot redeclare this. Look at it, there's error already. If I go to my, I'm seeing error, syntax error. I'm seeing error already, has already been declared, so I cannot redeclare it unless I will change the name of this variable, or let's say 2. I have to change the name of that variable to make it work. You see, but you see that when we did it in var, it allowed us, but in let, you cannot do it. Let is let we are introduced, let and the const we are introducing ES syntax, so you cannot do this in the let. That's what is showing. But now let me show you another thing about let. I can come again and say this I can reassign. I can reassign this data. This is let. I can say again, I want to reassign the data let. I'll just call it let. Now I have reassigned this data. If I come here now and console log it again, you see that it's going to change this data type and just assign it. What I'm doing, I'm changing the data type, but the name, I cannot redeclare that name that I've declared, but I can reassign it. That is let for you. So if I come here and change, look at it, this let, I've reassigned it. I have reassigned the let. So if you say, look at it, I have reassigned the let. But here I cannot redeclare let variable, but I can reassign let variable. But in var, I can reassign the variable, I can redeclare the variable. That's the difference. You cannot reassign, you cannot redeclare the let keyword, the let key variable. But the var you can redeclare and you can reassign. Then let's go to let me comment this now. Let's go to the const. Let's say this is const. This is const. Okay, so let's comment this. I'll show you something. Let's comment this. So now this is const. If you check here, we have it. This is const. We have it perfect. It's working. It's working very fine. But now I cannot reassign it. Let me do what I did with. Let me do what I just did with I just reassigned const. Let me show you what's going to happen. And let's comment it again and see what's going to happen. If I come here and I'll say, you see there's an error. Concat type error, argument to const variable, assignment to constant variable at. So you cannot reassign a const variable. What const means that it means constant. The way it is constant. You don't reassign it. You don't redeclare it. That's what it means. Okay, but there's another there's something I want to show us in case you declare an object, let's say name, or let's say country, let's just say number, I'll say 44. Okay, I can change this. If I take this now, I can change it. I can say dot number equals to 5 or equals to 3. See what's going to happen. It's going to be 3 because this is an object. An object, we call it a mutable. It is mutable. Object and an array, they are mutable, so you can change it, but you cannot come here and say let me reassign. You cannot say or let me you cannot come and say something like this here. You want to reassign another object to it. It's going to give us an error. Let's say you want to change it here. You come and say you want to make it that 4, and here now come and console log. Is going to throw an error. Look at it, it's going to throw an error. Okay, so it's going to throw an error. So another thing now, this is about the let and the count, and you cannot as well redeclare it. You cannot redeclare it. It's going to throw an error. Okay, that's about the const keyword. So now I want us to talk about another thing. I want us to talk a different thing. Okay, so there's something I want us to look at. I want us to start talking about what you call DOM, the document. Let me write it. DOM, document object model. I'm sure that you have been seeing a lot of document.get, document.this, that we have been doing all this while, but we have not explained what it means. So now I want us to go in details and explain what DOM is. So DOM means the document object model. In JavaScript, DOM represents the tree of your document. Let me show you something. Let's just do console.log. Let's write document. See what happened. Let's just console log document. This is document. And remember, this word document is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. Please don't use it to assign the name of your variable or anything. So now you see that I just console log this document. Look, it's giving us, it's returning an object. Look at it, it's returning an object. Let me remove this and reload again. It's returning an object. Look at this, is an object. This object means the whole of our web page. If I hover over this, you see that it's giving us an effect on our web page. It's returning. Look at it, this is an object. It's returning. Look at it. We have that our doc type, our HTML tag, the head tag, and the body tag. Look at the head tag where we have our JS course. Look at it at the top here, and let me collapse this again. This is our body tag. If you look at our body tag, we have all of our HTML, everything we are doing in this HTML. Look at our code there. Look at it. So this document, the document returns the entire of our HTML tree. It returns the entire of our HTML tree. So let me show you the representation of this document, the way it's being represented. The document, from what we just console log, let me show you. This is a simple representation of the document. The document is like the full of this HTML file, the full of this HTML web page. That is what that document means. You can see here, this is the representation here. If you let me push this up a little. If you open this, you see that we have what's going on. What's going on? Right? Did we open something different? Let me check what's going on, please. So this is the document. Let me reload this again and know what's happening. So now this is the document. The document represents the HTML completely. And inside the HTML, this is like a tree. It's like a tree. So the tree now, this will not have the head inside it. After the document, look at this idea. The document itself will not have the document has it has two children. One is the head, and the next one is the body. So inside that body, that's where we'll have our meta tag, our title. Okay, so inside the body as well, we'll have our div tags, the script, some of these HTML tags them. Then inside this HTML tag, we'll have the h2. Inside the h2, we'll have the text. We'll have the text contents. Look at it here. And inside the also have the body. Okay, so let me clear this again. So let's continue. So now, how do you access HTML elements? You know, remember we use the document to access the HTML elements, where we can manipulate the HTML, we can interact with the HTML, we can add functionalities to the HTML. So now let's go to our HTML. Let's go to our HTML. I want us to okay. Let's quickly write. Let's take this off. We are done with the clock. Let's just call it doc HTML, or let's call it HTML doc, HTML doc documents, HTML doc. Okay, so now I want us to write, like, let's just write a p tag. Then I'll give it an ID. I'll call it HTML p tag. Okay, so now how do you access this p tag? You copy the name of this ID. Remember, you can as well use the class and call it p tag. Remember, okay, these are the two ways you can access the ID, or these are not just the two ways, but one of the way, as in two among the ways, because you can use the tag name, you can use the ID attribute, you can use the class attribute. If you're making use of form, you can also use the form name or the input type. Okay, so now let me show you. I want us to use the ID now. I'll call this HTML p tag. So if I come to this place, how do I start accessing that HTML? I'll just write a const. Okay, let me quickly talk about the HTML naming convention. If you want to name your code, we call it the naming convention. One of the good practices in JavaScript. If you want to name your code in JavaScript, if you want to name your variable or your function, please make sure that what you are calling your variable represents the actual HTML tag, that variable. Or if you want to name the variable, make sure that the name of that variable describes or it represents the data that you want to name. Okay, let me show you what I mean. If I want to say const, I'll say like age. You remember that I'm trying to put my age. If let's assume my age is 50, I'm just going to write 50. So that data name is that variable name represents what? Age, the data type. So now I want to show us. Let me talk about the let me just show you how to name your documents, the way you bring them in, when you access them. So you are, let me just say const. What are we trying to get? We are trying to get the p tag. I'll just say no, I think this name doesn't make sense. Let's call it p tag, not p tag. Okay, so if I come here, I'll just quickly say p tag. Remember, our naming convention in JavaScript uses what we call the camel case. A camel case. A new one will start with uppercase. Okay, so let me just go and do document dot get element by ID. Remember, we are using ID. And what was the ID we gave to that tag, that p tag? We use the p tag. I'll just copy it. I prefer to copy so that I don't make mistake, because a little mistake there, it will throw an error. So I'll just console log what we have just received. So now what this means, that this p tag is representing this p tag here. That's what is representing. So you can manipulate this HTML tag now from your JavaScript. You can do whatever you want with it in your JavaScript. So let's come here now. If I come here now and say and console log it will show us that tag. Look at that P, look at the P tag, look at it. Look at the P tag, look at it. So now if I come here now, I can start adding elements to it. I can start adding stuff to that P tag. I can now come and say I can say things like this P tag, I want to add a text to it. I can just say text content equals to this is P tag from JavaScript course. If I do this here, and if you come here and you see that, look at it, you have just added from JavaScript, we have added the text to that P tag. Look at it. That's what it does. So if I come again and say I want to add, let me say I want to add a class, I want to add a color. Okay, let me also show you how to, let me quickly also show you how to access another, let me write another P tag. This P tag, let's use the class. Let's call it a P tag. Or let's use another, let's use another h4. Let's use h4. Okay, so we can call this h tag, h4 tag. Okay, so I'll just remove this. Now we want to access this with the class name. It's no longer the document or get element by ID. So now what we do is this one will be, let me write this. This one will be h4 tag. It's going to be get element by class name. Look at it. I'll just take that stuff I've copied there and write it down. Get element by what? Class name. If I console log this now, if I console log this, it's going to give us the, look at it. We have that h4. It's going to give us that h4 tag. So now we have that h4 tag and it's let's go here. It's empty. We can as well add text to it. Let's come here now and say let's duplicate this so that it will save our time and say this is it. So then we'll now say this is h4 tag. You will see that if I reload this, let's reload and see what's the issue. This is class of h4 tag. Okay, we received it. Then we'll come here and say get element by class name h4 tag. Let me paste it again and be sure we're getting it correctly. So what the class returns an array. It doesn't return only one. Okay, get by class name returns an array. It doesn't return only one. So I can, let me duplicate this. If I duplicate this now, it will still return, because you know in JavaScript IDs are unique, but class, they are not unique. I can call this, I can attach this class attribute to as many as HTML tags that I want. Okay, so if I come here now, you see that if I'm logging this, it's going to return an array. Look at it. So we have two. If you check there, we have two. We have two different tags. We have two h4 tags. Okay, so now if you come to this place again, I want to show something. You can as well use the tag name. The tag name will also return. So if I want to get each of these, I can do for each. Let me remove this. Since each of these h4 tags is going to return an array. Okay, so we'll just map through the array, use this and get each of these and put the task content. So this is just going to log on each of those. So this will just log each of these. So let's go to our web page and check. So you see what happened there is that this will return now this class by name. Look at this, is plural here. Elements, not unlike this one that is element, which is returning only one. So this is element, it's returning multiple. So even if it's one, it's going to return an array. Okay, so we are using this loop here to get each of these tag and console log and attach this test content into this. We'll take this data and attach to it. Okay, so now let's talk about the CSS part. I think let me just comment all of this. I've shown us how to access. You can as well use if you want to use p tag, you can use p tag. You can just check references. You can use a document const p. Can access all the p tags in our document. You can just do document.get element by tag name. If I do this now, let's say p, is going to return all the p tags. So let me console log this. Log p is going to return all the p tags. Look at it, all the p tags we have, and it's an array. Look at it, it's an array. Okay, so you can as well, let's do dot get. You can do by get element by id, class by get element by class name, get element by name. That's when you are using the form. You can also do get element by tag name, get element by tag name ns. Okay, so these are the you can as well use what you call the query selector. I think this is very popular, the query selector. So the query selector is going to return only one. So if I say return the query selector, I'll just do by the id. Let me go by the id, that first one here, that p tag. I'm just going to come here and say, remember, if you want to access the id, you are going to use, if you are not using get element by id name, if you are not using the get element by id, which points directly at the id, you don't need use the hashtag. So now, if we are using the query selector, I want to get the ID, you must use the hashtag and put the ID name. Okay, this will be the ID name. The hashtag defines that this is an ID. You are heading to an ID. So if you check it now, you see that we have the ID. Look at it there. We have it. We have accessed it here. That's the ID. So if you want to also access the class name, you use the dot. I think we have a different name. You use the dot for class name. Okay, now let me write a very peaceful, a very simple. Let me write an h1. I want this to be large enough. Here you can see it. H1. This is h1. I want us to style this h1. So if I want us to style this now, what I'm going to do is this. I'll just give it a class of h1. So when I come here, I'll use query selector. Let me remove this. I'll use the query selector dot h1 to access that tag. So I will now say, let's call it h1 instead of this p, so that it will not confuse us. Let me now say h1 dot. If I want to add style to this, how do I add styles to this? Dot style dot color dot color dot we are just saying the color, so don't use it, just say like red. What's happening with this stuff now? So you see now that the color has changed. This is h1. We have just used the JavaScript to change the color. I can as well say we want to change the color to green. The color has changed to green. Okay, so now if I come again and say I want to do something, I want to change the background, I'll just do background. Remember, you must use this background. You must use the star to access it. I'm just adding a background to it. Okay, so now I can also say something like I can change the font size of this. I can change the font size to like 20 pixel. I'm just, it has decreased. Okay, so now let me remove the font size. I want to, so let me say you can also add, this is a class. Now you can add extra class name to this. You can say class list dot add. You give it a class name. Let's say new class. Okay, we are just going to add the class name. We have just added this class to this h1, and also you can do like remove to remove the class name, and you can do toggle to toggle. What toggle does is that toggle is just like off and on. It's going to remove. When you click it, it's going to remove. When you put it, it's going to, when you click it again, it's going to also toggle it. Okay, so let me show you, let me quickly show us the event in JavaScript. Let me show us the event. So if I want this h1, when I click this h1, okay, I want to add, this is h1. What's happening with this h1, and I want to add event. What do I mean by event? When you click it, I want something to happen. Okay, let's use button so that it will be more let's use button. Let's use button. Let's create a simple button. Say click to change color. So now what I'm trying to do now, when you click this, I want to change the color of this. When you click this button, I want this to toggle. Let me give it an ID of Pt-1. Okay, so if you come here now, we access the button. Remember, we have just included this button. So if I come here, how do I access the button? I'll use the, let me remove this. We don't need this anymore. Let's remove this. So I want to call this const Pt-1 equals to document dot get element by ID, and I'll put down this Pt-1 here. Oh, sorry, it's supposed to be Pt-1. I didn't copy it. Sorry, guys. So now, remember, you can put your semicolon to enclose your code. Is optional. JavaScript, if you don't put it, JavaScript will put it automatically for you. So now let me call this Pt-1 again. I want to add event to this Pt-1. This Pt-1, if you come here and add event listing now, this event listing now takes in two parameters. The first one is the event that you want it to happen. That's the click. Then the next one will be the function. It takes in a callback function. Let's use an arrow function. And what I'm trying to do here is change the console to what? I want to make the okay, let's console log something first. Console.log. He clicked me. Okay, let's say user clicked me. Okay, user clicked me. So if I come here and I'll click this Pt-1, it will console log, and you see user clicked me. So if I click this now, look at it, user clicked me. If I click it again, user clicked me. Okay, so now I can also write a little function that will change the background color or the color of that text. So if I click here, I can also say I can also change the color of that Pt-1. I can say Pt-1 dot style dot background color, background equals to red. Okay, so if I click it now, it's going to just turn that to red. So watch, let me reload. If I click this now, it's going to change the background color to red. Look at it, it's going to change it to red. Okay, it's just changed. Okay, let me reload again to go back to its number. If I click it now, you change the background to red. All right, that's what is. Okay, let me also show us how to create a new let me show us how to create a new HTML tags from the JavaScript. Okay, we use the create element. So now see what I'm going to do now. Let me come here. I want to create a new div. Let me create a new div. Let me create a new div. ID of create new element. Okay, so if let me just copy this. So if I come here and I want to create a new element, how do I create a new element? I'll just say const element, or I can just call it new element and say equals to document dot create element. Look at it here, create element. It takes in the name of the elements you want to create. I will call it p tag. I want to create a p tag. Okay, so now if you want this p tag, now you have just created a HTML tag. Let me console log it. You see that this is a p tag. Let's log it. If I console log it, you see that we have a p tag. We have just created a p tag from JavaScript. You see? So now let's do more things with the new newly created tag. So I can say this new element dot. I can say dot inner HTML. I can add inner HTML. I can just add the text to it and to show newly created element. Okay, now I've created a new element. Okay, so now how do you put it on your on the browser? How do you make it to show on the browser? Remember, this is not going to show on the browser with this. It's not going to show on the browser. It's not going to show. Look at, nothing is there. So if you come here, what I want you to do is this. Look at this this newly div that we have just created. Let's attach it inside that new div. So you just come here and bring in that div. Let's give it at the top. Let's put it at the top. So I'll just call this create new element. Oh, what's going on? Create new element, and I'll just do here create new element by ID. So what I'm going to do now, I've created this new element. I'm going to say this dot append child. It takes in this new element. I'm trying to append this new element inside that empty div that we have. Okay, so now look at it, append child. You see that. Let me. What's happening? Let's open this again. See what you miss. Let's see what you are missing there, guys. So are we sure we are getting this? Oh, what's happening? We are making a mistake. A lot of mistake here. This is supposed to be get element. We are getting the element by ID. We are not creating. Okay. So we just get the element. Now we want to look at what happened here, line 319. We are trying to get the div, that empty div. And now we have created a new element here with the create element of p. We create a p tag. This is a p tag. Now here we're adding an inner text. We are adding an inner text to this. We are just adding a text content to this newly created p tag. Okay. So now this is the content we have added to it. Now this is a complete p tag. I want to take this now and append it to this empty div so that it will show on the browser. Look at it, newly created element. Look at it, we have just created it. If I check it again, let's say p tag, you will see that from our JavaScript we have created an HTML element. So if you want to create the HTML element, you use the create element property of the document. Look at it, of the DOM, create element, to create a newly element. Okay, so now, and I can as well come here and add color to this. I can say dot style dot color. I want to change the color of that text, and let's call it blue. Let's call it blue. If you call it blue now, let's call it blue. So this is the color now. Change to blue. Look at it, we have changed the color to blue. So there are a lot of things you can do with the document object model. Is a very important topic. There are a lot of things you can do with it. You can use it. We have just used it to create a newly HTML tag. We have used it to add a new tag, a new HTML tag with the content on the browser. Okay, so now, and I've shown us how to use the event listener. I'm trying to see okay, so you can also do what we call remove. If I do remove child, I'm going to remove that element I just added. I've removed it. Look at it, I've removed it. I've removed that tag I've just added. Okay, you can as well do a lot of things with the DOM. there are a lot of things with the DOM. You can do a lot of things with the DOM, okay? So for the purpose of this course, we'll end this course here. This is our JavaScript full course part 1. So if you enjoy what you are doing, I want YouTube to recognize our course. Please kindly hit the subscribe button. Every week, I'll be dropping new courses every week. So our next course will be our JavaScript full course part 2. We'll drop it next week, okay? So make sure you subscribe so that you get our course once we drop it. Thank you guys. Thank you for watching. Please make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, share and comment. Leave a comment. If you have question, leave your question, drop your comment.